Let's go. Let's keep this going. Start day 46. All right, so the most important thing is I called it in the hovel, so maybe that will affect some details that I can be aware of here. Maybe it won't. That is also similarly likely. It would be cool to, like, know the results of that. Well, it hasn't affected my step count, my gem count, my key count, or my money count. So, I guess I'll never know. At some point, I'm just gonna have to look up, like, a list of what all the bedrooms do. Because it feels like there's a lot of factors there that aren't immediately obvious when you load into the game. You know? Like, calling it in the bunk bed, providing a flower in the tomb. Like, just really, really specific. I'm at 7 of 8, you guys. We're almost there. I don't know what I'm going to do for the 8th trophy. It's certainly not the Explorer's Trophy, because I have no idea what the remaining 2 rooms are, nor where to find their blueprints, or black prints, or whatever. Trophy of Sigils is very far away. Trophy of Drafting seems unlikely. Bullseye Trophy is pretty far away. And then all of these are, like, sub games, essentially. Like, start a new save file and see whether or not I can do the thing. So, might be a bit. Yeah, dartboard will just happen eventually. It's just going to take quite a lot of time in order to happen. Let's see. Other things that I need to do. All right, so let's take a look at the list. I'll just leave this up here in case I notice something weird. I saw Castle for the first time at the end of my last stream, and I don't know what to do with that. Maybe arrange chess pieces in a particular way? Maybe I can put a king next to a rook, and that'll do something? It also... Sub-hour day 1 is kind of like speedrun practice, just iterating on sequence of actions. Yeah, definitely. Like, if I am getting a day 1 run at all... figuring out how to do sub-hour day 1 is the next step past that, I guess. I suppose veteran mode makes day 1 room 46 a lot more likely, but I don't know. I do want to try dare mode at some point. I have to figure out, yeah, we definitely have stuff to figure out for Castle. Actually, just really quick. Can I spell Castle out of these letters? Is that real? Not super easily, no. All right. Sub 1 hour is actually kind of fine-ish, but the day 1 thing is really dumb. Is it not off of a fresh file to get sub 1 hour? Am I misreading it? Reach room 46 in under an hour. Oh. Oh. It's just reach room 46 on any day in under an hour. That's not that bad at all. That's way easier than I thought it was going to be. Okay, we just gotta get the Blessing of the Monk, and then I'll do it in sub 1 hour. It is within 1 hour of a fresh file? Oh, okay. Never mind. Never mind then. Yeah, alright. So this is about as impossible as I thought it was going to be. I.e., I don't know that I care that much. Oh, it's within 1 hour of a fresh file. Which doesn't necessarily need to be day 1. That could be day, I don't know, 5 or 6. As long as your save file has only been around for an hour. I see. I see. Okay, that's maybe doable. Differently doable. 2 specific combinations of rooms will let you get downstairs on the first day, so you have to keep trying until you get them. Okay. That's fair. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff to keep in mind. Also, what's up, Vera? Thank you so much for the 14 months of continued support. Welcome back to the adventuring party. Happy to have you around. All right. What are we doing today? What is the plan? Whoops. The plan is close my to-do list. The plan is... All right, so, I think I know where Behind the Last Door of 8 is for one of the Sanctum keys. I'm confident I know where Clock Tower is and where Vault Key is. I just need to do the thing in the right order. And this, I suspect, is a, I suspect there is a throne room blueprint that we just haven't found yet. And, you know, eventually I'll find it. Eventually, presumably. And then I won't have to worry about it. I do need to get into the mail room because I haven't in a while. The furnace stuff maybe matters. The safe I could probably figure out for the study safe at this point. And then there's just a lot of, like, futzing around and trying to figure stuff out. So I guess let's get started on, first off, let's see if there's a shrine. Since I haven't, there's a lot of blessings that I could potentially get. I do want to do Blessing of the Monk and then put the antechamber out here. None of these are the things I am looking for. Shelter. I wonder if the shelter is the room with the extra stuff in it. Because I know one of these outer rooms has a knockdownable wall. It shouldn't be the shelter, right? The shelter should be secure. Alright, it doesn't look like it's the shelter. That's fine. That's A-okay. Shelter is off the list. But the important part is it's been checked now. I didn't see the shrine out here anyway. And also now I can protect myself from the weight room. So that's great. Oh yeah, I could just start an experiment from here. I forgot about that. Thank you, Cryptomancer. Good advice. Absolutely the correct call. Get Blackbridged, idiot. Alright, what are we doing? I guess we're gaining stars. That's cool. Hallway from a hallway. Each bedroom you draft past your second. Or each time you find some trash while digging. Set your dice to 2 is actually really interesting. Hallway from a hallway getting you extra keys is kind of funny. I don't know, I'm not really sure what my goal is for today. Like, getting to room 46 is fine, like, that's fun. But, it's not... doesn't super do anything these days. Alright, it's just gonna be a star and bedrooms, I guess, because that's easy. And I don't want to kill too much time just in case I do actually find a clock tower at some point. I mean, clock tower run would be a useful thing to do, absolutely. It is 9:30. Workshop, great. We love a common workshop. Yep. Dennis Gems. Spare bedroom gives me room to maneuver here. And a Lucky Rabbit's Foot, nice. Man, the upgraded spare rooms are really good for items. Like, really, really good for items. Break room, fantastic. I saw a friend of mine playing, Senna was playing and had the green room, the spare green room, and he got a broken lever or a watering can out of that thing more often than he didn't. Like, that's pretty good. "12 minutes? What are you talking about? I need to get to the room by 1:30, which is 44 minutes into the run. Anyway, 4 is 4. 1 plus 2 is 3, squared is 9. All of these are divisors? This color's division? I think this color's division. 20 divided by 5 is 4, divided by 2 is 2, divided by 2 is 1. 10 divided by 10 is 1. Times 4 is 16, plus 1 is 17. I can do math! Do we think that 8 is right side up or sideways? It's kind of long, right? It's a long 8. 8 RL minutes per hour. Yes, yes, indeed. 8 is the magic number. Yo, that was an orange here. I didn't even realize it. Wow, I walked past that thing. Yeah, Reading Nook, fantastic. Hook me up. Aw, the library's facing the wrong way. Too early for the mechanarium. The parlor is also facing the wrong way. Yeah, way too early for the mechanarium. No goodies? Oh, an apple. Alright. Yeah, we take those. Alright, what is the word? The gems are not in the black box. The gems are in the blue box. Both of these statements are false. The statement on the white box is false. Alright, well this can't be true, so this has to be false. This has to be false in that only one of these statements are true. So this box being false means that the white box has to be true. Wait a minute. Displays only false statements. So this is the mixed box. One of these is true, one of these is false, and this is the mixed box. So this has to be true, and this has to be false? That can't be. This cannot be true, and this can't, and this false. Maybe this is true and this is false? Whoa, okay. This is false. This is true. Yes, okay. So this statement, the statement on the white box is false, is true, which makes this the mixed box. Great. So white is false, the gems are not in the blue box. This is true, the gems are not in the black box, so they're in here. Oh boy. Parlor games are serious business now. Alright, what's in the workshop? What have we got here? Metal detector. Watch it shine. This doesn't make a thing, right? Yeah, okay. Keep on running. Solarium. I think maybe I want a solarium. Because I think Clock Tower is, one of those things. No gems. No shovel. Alright. Moving on. Give me the gem. Delightful. Thank you for the gems. Starfish? Starfish cool. Am I sheltered from the starfish? I am sheltered. Okay. That uses up one of my charges of sheltered. That's too bad. Music room is good. Utility closet is good too. Because it's a cog is why utility closet is good too. The study! Alright, this is dangerous, but I gotta take it. Alright. Oh, there's more, is there? Where? Oh, there we go. Got it. Got it. Got it. Great. Okay. So... the queen is on D8, which I will note is date. But we're supposed to be counting small gates. So how many G8s are there? They did call out chess portmanteaus. What other chess portmanteaus can I make? Is B1 bone? Maybe. F8 is fate? Hate that. Bwon, correct. Yeah, we got, bait, Kate, date, fate, gate, and hate. This is not helpful. I don't know how to make this helpful. There's only the one chessboard in the room, too. None of these things are the things I am looking for. Oh, there are a lot of books lying around. The queen is on D8. How do I turn that into a 4-digit code? Do I need the magnifying glass for this? I wonder if I need the magnifying glass for this. I don't know that I could use the magnifying glass on the chessboard. Alright, what else do I got here? Other than all of the 8s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. A6, E6. Before? We have before? Does that help? I don't know. Panicking. Chess clues. All we really have is the queen on date. Like... D8 being 0408 definitely doesn't do anything. What would G8 be? G8 would be 0708 maybe? Too bad. It's not like I can move the queen. Or otherwise interact with the things around here. Man, I thought I was gonna have it figured out. I really did. I thought I was gonna come in here armed with this, you know, somewhat knowledge and be ready to just put it all together into something. And then I come in here and I'm like, no, there's actually not any more information in here than I previously had. Literally nothing has changed. So cursed. Alright, well, we tried. I'll come back here later. There's still the possibility that, that we get the clock tower sooner rather than later. Is it almost 11? Almost 11. And then I will have 20 minutes exactly. I guess take the one that has more openings here. So you don't have a lot of options. There's nothing left to buy, right? Not at the moment. Cursed Coffers. A permanent addition to the shrine. None would dare to open it. I see. I cursed myself once, and now we have a new addition. If I don't care about curses, I can get all kinds of money. I mean, I'll add it to the shrine. What kind of person would I be if I didn't add it to the shrine? But like, I don't think I am planning on opening the cursed coffers. I think I would not like to open the cursed coffers, thank you. I suppose I want some more steps now, so dormitory. Experiment successful. Oh, good. We got some stars. Do I need to read? I feel like I have read. All right, where are we at here? I guess I'll take the corridor. I'm not super happy with it. Maybe let's take the passageway. Open sesame. Attic? Is this a good spot for the mechanarium? Not really. This would be my third cog. So I guess we'll just take the attic, because the attic is good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ooh, secret garden key. All right. 8. And I have a shovel. Fantastic. That's far away. The metal detector's not going off anymore, so take my ill-gotten gains and run. Nice. Love a good turnip. The most nutritious foundation I have ever seen. Foundation full of turnips. Wild. Do we need to go open room 46? Maybe? Maybe. 20 minutes on the clock tower. Worry about it later. I have steps now. Alright, yeah, let's be sheltered from archives. That sounds delightful. Very cool find. Drawing room? Sure. Oh, I'm out of gems. Alright, try again. I'd rather not dead end here. Still out of gems? Alright, sure. Let's be sheltered from dark room. And we're out of shelters. But we're not out of gems. I know. I'll find another mailroom. It's fine. Does not appear to be powered on. Not that I have a keycard anyway. Wow, what? How cursed? I'm just looking for doors out here, man. Alright, let's see what heading off. Like, I have these 3 openings to the side that I haven't looked at for any of these. I should have gone left for the passageway first before I came up here. How do I have dark room turned on but keycards powered off? Shelter. I also have a utility room. I just haven't done the thing where turning off keycards does anything for me yet. Cannot secret garden here. We'll use a regular key. Is it time for Mechanarium? I don't think it's time for Mechanarium. I think it's time for redraw. I'm at still 2 cogs? Still 2 cogs. Not great. What's up, Ender? How's my day? Going fine. Certainly a day of some kind. Again with a laundry room. Ah. We'll just stick the pantry here and come back for it later. I'll take the wine cellar, though. That's great. Gimme. Oh. No dig spots in the wine cellar? Cursed. Mildly cursed. Like, a little bit cursed. Not, like, very cursed, but, like, you know, a little bit cursed. A mild amounts of curse. Alright, we'll take security. This seems like it would be an important addition to the house. Also, we can turn off keycard doors. guess I should look at the estate inventory. There's fruit and coins, maybe even in this room. Dealing with an internet outage? That sucks. Oh, no, they're in the pantry. I know exactly where those are. That's fine. Nothing else I need to do here. One successful trigger on my thing. The garage! Do I want keys? Let's take the West Wing Hall. Maybe I can get the garage off of that. That'd be great. Good job, metal detector. Is it foyer time? I think it's walk-in closet time. Oh, hallway closet. It's like the walk-in closet, except it doesn't cost me a gem. Kind of dumb that the garage isn't a gear room. Yeah, that's fair. Sleep mask, nice. This is actually some really good stuff to go back for the workshop, too. Go back to the workshop for. Because I have the coin purse and the lucky rabbit's foot. So that's somewhat appealing. We're still digging for the, clock tower, though. Short on all kinds of resources. Maybe I take the storeroom here? I think I just take the storeroom here. Alright, over to the dark room. Feeling a bit better about my resources and the access I have to them. This did not work out the way I wanted it to. Gymnasium is fine. Gymnasium is off. Terrace? Chapel also fine? Courtyard also fine, but it cost me a gem? Rather it cost me dollars than gems. Whoa! This is the treasure room. I didn't even realize. Time to start digging. One of the lost coffers of Mount Holly. Heck yeah. The shelter is not a gear room either. So that's potentially concerning. This could be the secret garden, actually. I'm on board with that. And then I guess we open the other one as well. Yeah, we'll open East and West. That's fine. This room is so silly. Wish this process was faster? Yeah. None of these are particularly appealing. But I'll take the boudoir. The gem, and the dice, and the star. Let's not forget the star. Experiments are real. Too early for the greenhouse. I'll take the dining room, I guess. Like, I don't want the dead end here. Actually, I don't mind the dead end. I think I do not mind the dead end. I don't know what the green... do I want more green rooms? I don't even know what I want. Jeez, I'm just cruising. I'm just running around. Things are happening. Hopefully none of them are a big deal. Let's just get more doors. Do a little bit more running around, that's fine. Still no clock tower. Alright, this can be bunk room. This can be bunk room. This is fine. Oh, you know what I need to do? If I'm looking for the clock room, we need to actually look for blueprints. What's up, little guy? I don't have time to waste, but hello. Banana! The bunk room has delivered. Got everything I wanted out of that. Yo, more banana. Thank you, Secret Garden. What experiment is it? It's stars for bedrooms. Oh, I didn't take the library, did I? This can be planetarium. I know there's always a trunk in the planetarium. I'm willing to actually just spend a key on it. That's where I'm at. Hey, look, a key. Silver key is actually really nice. Hope I find a telescope. Look for another planet. Make my planetarium even more OP. Trophy room! It doesn't get me anywhere, though. Rotunda is pretty good here, as is a conference room. Rotunda's very expensive. Let's just take the conference room. It's open in everything I care about. Every direction I care about, it's open. Is there fruit? Real quick. Take a look in this room. See if fruit got spread into here. It does not look like it did. Cool. Heck yeah, money. Okay, yeah. We'll just silver key here. That's fine. I could take the pool. I'm okay with the pool. We're still on 1, 2... We're still on 2 cogs? Miserable. Yeah, I'll take the pool. Dinner is served. Should I burn keys on these? Thinking about it. Shoes? Shoes! Wow. No, I totally would have walked past those. Thank you. Those are very easy to miss. Okay, good deal. Good deal. Worth? Absolutely worth? Oh my god, I want all of these. Ah! Okay, as much as I want the mail room, I don't think I can pass up the rumpus room. Like, that's just really not a thing that I feel like I can do. Let's keep drafting. We're gonna keep drafting under the hopes that we could still make 130. It's a cog. Take it. Alright, this can be the trophy room. That's fine. Click, click, click. Click, click, click. Why? Why click, click? Because there is money over here. Thank you. Cannot pick this lock. Alright, well, gallery lets me into the room, so that's cool. Did I take the quest bedroom? I'm not sure I took the quest bedroom. I have not taken the quest bedroom. But this is open. It's a cog! I'm being clicked at. There. Am I still being clicked at? Yes. Ooh. Yo, we could get a powered hammer. No, I don't know the broken lever. Alright, well, I think my time has already passed, so we're just going to take the mailroom here. Whew, so many letters! Alright, yeah, I feel confident that I am not getting the clock tower this run. So, let's read some letters. Is this the last one I read? I think this is the last one I read. If I'm going to be mentioning members of the staff, perhaps I should give you a brief introduction. What does the clock say right now? I think it says 1:30, like, right now. It might be at, like, 1:25 or something. I'm not gonna run around. Handful of other names among the various live-out and seasonal service staff, but due to their infrequent mention, I thought it best to omit them from this cursory introduction. Is a clock on the wall here? So there is. That's not a clock. There's the clock. Oh, it's already past 1:30. It's 1:45. Another successful experiment, another letter. You've certainly been keeping yourself busy. As I've spent the last few days racking my brain trying to come up with new clues for you, I'm reminded of your mother's aptly named book, A New Clue, and how fiendishly she hid the clues for her readers within its pages. Don't worry, I won't be hiding my clues for you in imagery, or requiring you to comb the text with a magnifying glass. Magnifying glass? Okay. The truth is I'm not nearly as clever or creative as she was. The best I could muster trying to be cryptic and mysterious would be something like, break the bricks in the weight room with something that has a handle and is very heavy. I'm afraid that in spite of my best efforts, the result is not quite cryptic and even less mysterious. I suppose I'll leave the riddles to your great uncle and his niece. Wow, that's actually really good advice. Dear Simon, as I've been running out of ideas of my own, yesterday I asked Kirk Darren if he had any additional security advice I could pass on, and to my surprise he gave me an envelope, and directed me to include it in my next correspondence to you. I did not ask him what it contained, so I'll be very curious to hear from you after this is all over, and find out whether or not it was of any use. Unused memos. Safe code 4368, that's a lie. The numbers 6, 7, and 9 do not appear in any of the fixed combinations of safes on the estate. Was that true? 0303, 1225, Uh, 0419. Ooh, no, no, no. No, no, it was 0415, wasn't it? 0415. Um, November 8th, it was 1108. Well, this might actually be true. Shelter. Wait, how many was this? The shelter is dynamic, so it's not there. Um, the office is 0303. The boudoir is 1225. The drawing room is 0415, as it turns out. The drafting studio is 1108. Haven't gotten the study yet. What other safe am I missing? What other safe am I not remembering? The underground one. Oh yeah, May 9th. Or May 5th? 3rd? 8th? Could have been 8th, yeah. Wow. Alright, cool. Safe code 1213. That's a lie. Of course it was 8, right? Yeah. Safe code D8. Okay, that's not printed, though. That's not a lie. There is a safe on rank 10 in green, which may or may not be true. How does D8 help? This is yet another indication that the safe code is D8. We have now gotten like 3 separate confirmations that it's D8. Says right on the card. It does say right on the card. But how do you input D8 in the safe? Like, that's... We'll figure it out. This is probably enough information to get it. Because Hamu's putting statements with exclamation marks. But... I still don't understand how it'll work. I can't think of any reason you'd need to access the server administrator controls before I return. But your father has mentioned your interest in computers, so I have a feeling you may be a bit more hands-on than your great-uncle. You'll find the admin terminal in Blackbridge Grotto, a small cavern sealed, much like the story, off of the East Drive. I believe I've previously explained how to restore power to the grotto in one of my earlier letters. However, keep in mind that accessing the terminal requires an admin key. Unfortunately, I won't be able to set one up for you until I return, but your admin key will eventually be Joan S., first 4 letters of your family name. Or if you prefer, we could use a pseudonym. I'm sure we'll discuss it in greater detail when I return. If you do end up accessing the admin controls in Blackbridge Grotto, I'm sure you notice the sealed circular door to the left of the terminal. As you likely have already concluded for yourself, this door can only be opened if 3 different microchips are inserted in the central pedestal. Normally, all 3 microchips are kept secured in 3 other locations, but I decided to make it easy for you and have left one of the microchips in the grotto for ready access. However, you will have to find a new clue or 2 to find the others. I wonder if maybe there is information in the book titled A New Clue. Oh? That's cool. That's cool and new. And cold? Where is that? Korarika has mountains, and is cold. Snow. Porarica Snow. If only I had waited to check that book absolutely last. True. I'm honestly very impressed with the number of experiments you've been successful in executing. I certainly wasn't expecting to write this many letters when I started our correspondence. Frankly, I'm not quite sure what other advice I can offer in the blind without knowing directly what the challenges are you currently face on the estate. For all I know, you've long since reached Room 46 and are just continuing your unaccompanied exploration. Stag, happy and free of the maids and staff crowding the halls and getting in your way. Can't say I blame you. I'm sure the other members of the household are quite enjoying their extended vacation. Strictly speaking for myself, however, I cannot wait to get back and begin working with you directly. Helping you through these letters has only whetted my imagination, and to be candid, our collaboration in this correspondence has reminded me so much of working with Mary. I know she's proud of you. Until the day I return, Randolph. Yep, at least 3 more library visits. That is true, because the next library visit is going to be the Blackbridge story. So, definitely some work still to be done here. Alright, well that's, I guess, all of the experiment letters? There will never be another experiment letter? Randolph is such a mensch. Yeah, Randolph's a cool dude. He sends letters and doesn't afraid of anything. Alright, well, it is time to awaken Elzara, so let's do that. Stupid train station symbolism.
And, as it was foretold, I am awakened for one last time.
Oh, one last time!
The sound of a dropping coin.
The last one.
You find yourself face to face with the great Elzara.
And it's strange.
And I suspect you wish me to impart to you one final vision.
Sure. Hole. That looks like train tracks. Once again, train adjacent symbolism. I know that room. We've been in there, except it looked different. This seems like it might be related to the reservoir? What is happening here?
In the dim, I see cavern walls of stone.
Uh-huh.
A hollow
Pretty.
lit by a sea of 1,000 burning stars.
Alright, we're not getting to 1,000 stars, so fuck you.
I see a treasure buried beneath the cliff rocks.
Okay.
A black mirror hidden
Huh.
among the memories of the falling sands. And within the black mirror, I see a figure. A figure standing in sullen snow.
It's me! Probably. What are you doing, Simon? Leaving footsteps behind.
All of what I have told you, my
That's the
dear
cursed
Harry,
coffer we just bought. Like, just bought.
I wish you to now know. Until we meet again some distant day, I will have nothing more to say.
Okay. Alright, can I use the TV to rewatch previous visions? That's the question I have. definitely want to rewatch them. Yo, security card? Love it. A little late to the party, but helpful anyway. There's a way, but I don't have access to it yet. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. It's weird, because a lot of it is somewhat couched in symbolism. There's nothing direct in there. But I feel like it's stuff that I should somehow know? Or figure out how to know? Alright, where am I here? The office, huh? That ends the run. Am I ready for the run to end? No. No, I'm not. Still not. And I don't want to spend gems on the rotunda. Boiler room is not rotated correctly. If I got the mechanarium here, 1, 2, 3, 4, and the mechanarium would be 5. That's 3 of the doors. That's not good enough! I guess I could just take the library here, and that's probably enough for today. Yeah, I guess I just take the library here. Vision pissed you off when you saw it because it was like 5 places you'd never seen, and the elevator, which you'd solved forever ago. Yeah, I definitely need the library, so this is completely reasonable. The Curse of Blackbridge. The legend of Blackbridge is one that's well known to the people of the Grand Realm, for versions of this tale have been passed down from generation to generation. With each new telling, the story has changed, becoming over the years more colorful, more verbose, and, as one might expect, increasingly horrifying. However, with so many renditions and unique personal touches, the task of confining and binding this tale to text seemed an ambitious and impossible challenge. Over the course of my research, I have heard dozens of variations of the legend, and while the details would often change, I was surprised how much of the story's heart remained the same. Yet the more I listened, the clearer it became that there could never be a definitive version of this tale, capable of capturing all of the wonder of myth and Blackbridge. In the end, I chose to write down what I felt most authentic, the story my grandmother told me as a boy long ago. Part 1, The Berry Picker from Oris. Many years ago, before peace had become a familiar word, there lived a group of rogues so wayward that the locals deemed it appropriate to call their number the Unholy Hounds. They were feral outlaws composed of society's worst in a time when society was at its worst, and for each crime that fearful travelers credited to the group, a dozen more lay unclaimed, each worse than the last. For the Drenchery, however, who often value their coffers more than their companions, no crime could measure more wicked than the group's primary enterprise: high road robbery. One such member of this so-called band of rogues was a boy of 13 years, Jesper, who had not been lucky in life, having lost 2 brothers to war and parents to famine. In the years of hunger that followed, Jesper lived in a gutter behind a churchyard, relying on the nourishment of scurrying bugs and weeds harvested from the cracks of the alleyway to sustain his pitiful existence. It is not surprising that a child aiming to escape such hardships would take any easy road out, an easy and well-traveled road paved with temptations, leading out of the city and into the Gentrylands, where loose purse strings entwine with the strands of salvation, and glisten equally with the hope of opportunity. It was this road that eventually led Jesper to the end of his youth, a hidden cave at the bottom of Blackbridge Canyon. It was here that he met his surrogate family and saviors, that notorious gang of godless outlaws known as the Unholy Hounds. Despite the hardened circumstances that had led him to this vocation of banditry, Jesper was surprisingly tender-hearted. and was often teased by the group for being too kind for such an ignoble life. For this reason, Jesper was assigned the innocent role of berry picker. It was not just innocence that set berry picking apart from the gang's more wicked undertakings, for it was the only duty performed without the safety of night's concealment. Jesper, no stranger to solitude, did not protest that he alone worked while the others slept soundly, tucked away in the cave at the bottom of Blackbridge Canyon. On one such occasion, Jesper decided to get an early start. He left the cave, berry basket in hand, and set out into the woods before the morning sun had even brushed against the tallest treetops. It was colder in the mornings, but the headway dawn afforded meant Jesper could reach the furthest most berry patches without worry of being chastised for tarrying upon his return. They've chosen to use some words in this story. It took over 3 hours on foot to reach his destination, and along the way Jesper had passed by many a familiar bush, all priorly pillaged, and so bereft of berries that one would have to dedicate several moments in earnest examination before finding a single one. Jesper was patient, but even patience has its limits. He was confident that even accounting for the time lost to this long stretch of travel, his efforts would be well worth the pains. Surveying the patches in this new grove surprised even Jesper. The red dots suspended among the leaves seemed as numerous as stars in the sky. Upon seeing such a bounteous sight, he clutched his berry basket tightly and nearly toppled over out of joy. Once he had regained his senses, Jesper quickly made a decision. He would not reveal the location of this newfound treasure. Instead, he would earn the respect of his confederates, who, upon seeing his yield, might attribute the success to hard work. Smiling at his plan, Jesper set off to fill his basket, and was making steady strides in this task when the sound of thundering hooves interrupted him. A carriage! A carriage is approaching! The thought of it made Jesper freeze. Had he been so enchanted by his discovery that he had neglected to observe his surroundings? How could a roadway be so close? He ducked down and crept toward the impending sound, hiding behind one of the larger bushes nearby. It was only a moment more before the sound's source revealed itself. Within 50 paces of where Jesper hid, an elegant carriage with gold trim came soaring around a corner of trees, led by 2 beautiful white horses, and conveyed by a stern-looking driver seated atop the vehicle, flaunting the most sophisticated regalia Jesper had ever seen. It wasn't just any carriage. It was a royal carriage. Even without ever having witnessed such a sight before, Jesper was certain. The sight had so transfixed Jesper that he stood awestruck, unable to tear away as the carriage approached. The little concealment the bush provided was soon proven unequal to the driver's lofty perch, and upon spotting the boy, he pulled the reins with such effect that the noble steed slid to a sudden halt with precise control. "You, boy! Get out from behind that bush!" he shouted with a rigidity that betrayed a modest amount of fear. "You startled me half to death coming round the bend of my own drive, and me seeing such an unfamiliar face in a place where there ought not be any face." Jesper contemplated running. The man was much older, and his dress was suitable for courtly behavior, not dashing through the bramble and mud. I was picking berries." Jesper raised the half-filled basket up to allow the driver to see the proof of his words. The demeanor of the man suddenly changed. It was a change that Jesper was familiar with. He had many times seen the same stern expressions on the most fiendish bandits melt away when presented with a berry basket. Any suspicions that the driver might have had instantly evaporated, for even the notion of a member of the unholy hounds picking berries seemed farcical. The softened expression even made allowances for a smile. "Berries, eh? Say, you couldn't have picked a better spot for them, could you? I used to pick berries here as a boy." Jesper took his cue to finally step forward out from behind the bush, proudly brandishing his basket. "I know, and what luck I found them! I have only just begun picking, and look how many I have. It would have taken me fourfold the time back home to procure this number." The driver bent down for a closer look. "And where is your home, boy? It must be quite far." Jesper replied with a scripted response. "A little south of Tanner Fork, just past the burnt woods." "My God, that is far. You couldn't have come all that way only this morning." It was true. Tanner Fork was in the exact opposite direction that Jesper had traveled, and while that response would seem perfectly reasonable in a location closer to Blackbridge Canyon, he could see why it might seem less believable here. Sir, I have traveled much farther for much less profit. I dare say there is no distance yet made by man that would not be worth undertaking for a prize such as these. Surely you have tasted them for yourself. Jesper felt happier with this response, as it seemed to amplify the man's smile. In my youth, often, but perhaps I took it for granted because I never had to travel very far. And even then, my father would always drive us here in our carriage. So I'm ashamed I never had to walk such a stretch to earn an equal reward. It was Jesper's time to smile. Then let my efforts reward us both today. He raised the basket even higher. A taste in memory of your youth, sir. Fascinating that the art has the basket in front of his eyes like that, so you can't see most of his face. Jesper's such a fun little guy. Oh no, that's ominous. The driver chuckled and removed one glove, bending over the seat to reach down to the basket. And at the moment his fingers touched the first berry, the dagger in turn met his throat. Jesper's such a fun little guy! Cutting through a superficial layer of skin and drawing blood. Jesper caught the man's startled eyes. And for that taste I will have your purse, sir, in memory of my youth. The driver's arm had gone stiff, his chin raised and trembling, more frightened than he had ever been before. Whether unable or incapable of speaking, he did not respond to the boy. Perhaps he did not think his jaw could afford to be engaged at this particular time. Jesper let the basket drop, freeing his other hand to probe the man's pockets. Do not mistake me, sir. I will not kill you if you give me no cause, though I will admit the thought of taking your carriage and leaving you the indignity of walking appeals to me. Unable to find a purse in the man's coat, Jesper pivoted to search the seat under him. Why have you no purse upon your person? The driver slowly raised his hand cautiously, pointing toward the carriage door behind him. Jesper lowered the knife's edge a small degree to allow the man to speak, which he did in turn, softly. There's a lockbox in the carriage. Well, come down then, and grant me the courtesy of sparing your life and binding your hands, a concession I assure you of my tender heart, for it would be much easier to slit your throat. The man started to comply, slowly lowering himself from the driver's seat of the carriage. Once down, Jesper guided him away from the carriage to a nearby tree, where he instructed him to get on his knees and put his hands behind his back. Excusing his inexperience, the man indulged Jesper while he figured out how to adequately bind him. The smile and kindness Jesper had seen on this man's face, now nothing more than a distant memory. In their place, cold, dark eyes displaying no emotion. I wonder, should I grant you the same clemency you are showing me? Jesper stopped, surprised by the question, but ignored it, secured the final bindings, and then hastily returned to the carriage. With one hand on the door's handle, he turned back to the man. If there is no lockbox, there will be no clemency. Inside, the carriage was surprisingly dusty and unswept, a stark contrast to the elegant and polished golden facade of the exterior. It had apparently been many years since a passenger had enjoyed passage in this vehicle. This all but confirmed what Jesper had suspected. The driver of this carriage was not a liveried servant in the employ of some greater master. Any curiosity that this observation might have further produced was quickly abandoned upon seeing what rested under the carriage's back seat. A large wooden lockbox. Wow, this is quite the story. Despite its hefty appearance, the box was surprisingly easy to handle. Within a few minutes, Jesper dislodged it from its hold and carried it out into the sunlight. Inspecting the box carefully, 2 observations were made. This is just chapter 1. God. Totemic symbols found carved on all 4 sides of the box hinted that the box was very old, and likely not created by Arindian hands. It reminded him of artifacts from the old world, and was presumably crafted in one of the ancient realms. Secondly, that it's the exact same box! Wow, this box has been everywhere today. So I feel like the box showed up in the um in the gift shop, because that was the first time I had checked out the gift shop since I had willingly cursed myself at the shrine. But for there to be 3 references to the same box in one day is super weird. Wow. Anyway. Secondly, the box was secured by a rusted yet robust padlock and would not open easily without a key. Jesper looked over to see the driver quietly observing from his indentured position. Do you perhaps have a key you can provide me to open this box? Without emotion, the driver replied, There is no key to that box. Jesper stood up. Easy enough, then. He headed over to a nearby rock of sizable dimensions and lifted the stone up, carrying it back to the box. There was ever a time when the lock had been resistant to brute force. It wasn't recent. With one hit, the stone had completely shattered the rusted lock. He bent back down and opened the lid. Inside was an effigy, a crude figure chiseled from stone. Without too much deliberation, Jesper bent down and picked it up, somewhat surprised how heavy it seemed given how light the box had felt. Having expected to find something more akin to gold or gems, he looked questioningly to the man, hoping to find an explanation. The driver's smile had once again returned. You are cursed, boy, for deadly is the stone. You have opened that which should never have been opened, and you are cursed! Believe it either shows up in the gift shop after you get cursed or after you check out this book. Whichever comes first. Yeah, it just happened, like, it's just fascinating that it all lined up the way it lined up. Like, it makes it feel really, really important. Jesper carried the effigy over to the man and shoved it in front of his face. What is it? That's one. Feeling his disappointment rising to anger now, Jesper tightened his grip on the effigy. One what, you mumbling Agentor? Agentor? That sounds like Eragon. What information do I have about Eragon? Hang on. Adge, I know, is a prefix. Adge is first. Entor could be a word, although I've noticed that words in Eragon tend to be 3 or 4 letters. So ent is probably the word, and then or is an affix. Yo, thank you so much for the continued support. Welcome back to the Adventuring Party, Marshana. We are still blue, absolutely. Yeah, we're reading. This is a reading stream now. I don't know what ent or mean. Yeah, it could be Adge N Tor. It could be Adge N Tor, actually. I don't know what N would mean either as a prefix. And Tor is not a word that I have seen either. So I guess I'll just write it down, and maybe eventually I'll be able to do something with it. What is this? It's reading! We're reading! I found a book called The Curse of Blackbridge. So we I'm reading. I don't know. I don't know what it is. It's a fable within the world. One what, you mumbling Argentor? And in God's name, why have you no purse upon your person? You donated it to the library, Simon. It's true. You'd think I'd have read it before donating it to the library, but apparently it's not that easy. The man did not seem intimidated. 1 pace. He paused for effect. 12 more and you'll be dead. He only had a second to flinch before the effigy struck him in the head and put an end to his cryptic ramblings. There was ever a time when the old man had been resistant to brute force. It wasn't recent. Wow. This story is so cursed. Jesper looked down at the sculpted stone figure, now splattered red. Was it cursed? Was he cursed? He had of course heard stories of curses, and had never doubted their validity in the past, but now that he was standing face to face with the possibility of being cursed, his mind pleaded with him to be skeptical. It's a really good line, Ender. What if he was cursed? What difference would the knowledge make? A dozen more paces would not be enough to find another living soul, to say nothing of the chances of procuring a remedy. If he did not move from where he now stood, he could live maybe another 3 or 4 days. Maybe more, given the abundance of nearby berries. A plan that, if we ignore its obvious faults, might provide additional opportunities for help to come along. But what good would that do? To be discovered here... Oh boy. Beside a body, stolen goods in hand, bloated from berries, and raving about a curse that could very well not be real. No, it would most certainly be better to face one's fate now, take a dozen paces, and see if life goes on. I want to see if I can spot anything here with my friend the hourglass. Not really. Hourglass? Magnifying glass. Sorry. There are horses, though. That's pretty good. No, it would most certainly be better to face one's fate now. Take a dozen paces and see if life goes on. But Jesper found his legs unable to make that first step. His mind was unable to convince his limb to waste away 1/12 of his life in a single motion. Feeling the desperation sink in, he hopelessly looked about him for a solution. And if, by some stroke of luck, the gods had heard his plea, a miracle materialized before him, as if he found himself suddenly at the end of a fairy tale. 2 white horses and a carriage of golden trim were beside him, the answer to his immediate prayers. He laughed at his fortune and calculated the short number of paces back to the road. 4. Perhaps only 3 if he jumped. He made a quick survey to see if there was anything he wished to grab before taking the plunge. He thought about removing the driver's fancy coat, as that appeared to be of some value, but the additional risk of undertaking such a task too great to chance. And so, after a profound breath, he took his 2nd, 3rd, and 4th steps, though they were quite large. Seated now behind the horses, he reached for the reins, and suddenly he realized he was still gripping the effigy. If the curse was real, then it would most certainly be better left here. If, on the other hand, the story was fictitious, there might be some appraisal that could be made of the figure. It was, after all, found within a lockbox, whose typical function oft secures subjects of value. Having witnessed firsthand the horrors of destitution, Jesper found his mind equally reluctant to allow his hand to let go. If it is cursed, I die. If not today, then tomorrow. And if I die, what care have I? And with that statement said aloud, to the horses seemingly, Jesper took up the reins with confidence. Part 2. Below the Black Bridge. Oh, God. Yeah, there's a lot of story in this story. All right. Miller awoke to some light nudging from a... light nudging? Words. Awoke to some light nudging from a familiar foot. Only one person would have the cheek to awaken her in such ill-mannered fashion. Shaking the sleep from her eyes, she glared up at him in the darkness, but did not say a word. He nudged her again, teasingly, then stepped back into the dim. After taking a moment, the dim! That's also a word that we have already seen today. After taking a moment for her eyes to adjust to the darkness of the cave, Miller remembered. She was on third watch today. Quietly collecting her things and wits, Miller turned as she left, waving to her young friend, who was more than likely already asleep. She crept through the cavern's main passage, careful to not wake the sleeping bandits around her. Like a hero in a book, she often mused. Quietly, she grabbed a bow from the haphazardly formed pile of weapons, shaking the accompanying quiver in the darkness to assess how many arrows it held. She then walked towards the sun-drenched mouth of the cavern, ready to start her shift. Above her, in one of the few trees found in the canyon, Miller could see that Ravia was already posted. She waved, and Ravia waved back. Calling out to each other was strictly forbidden. Anything louder than a gesture in the canyon was forbidden. When Miller reached the tree, Ravia lowered a braided rope and pointed to the ground behind her. Miller turned, following the finger, and saw a pail of water resting beside a nearby log. She turned back to Ravia, nodded, and secured the pail to the rope. The pail went up first, and in turn, Miller followed. Ravia reached across to grab the water. Miller leaned back to give her space. There was not much room for maneuvering in this tree post, a necessary concession for the concealment the outpost demanded. Ravia tilted the pail up to her mouth dramatically, illustrating how thirsty she had been. Miller laughed silently as water poured out, splashing onto Ravia's face. It was a bit too daring and noisy of a joke, and had the others been around, they would have certainly been scolded for the unwarranted sound. But Miller appreciated the efforts Ravia took to verbalize the silence of the morning. They had been on third watch together for over a month, and during that speechless time, their friendship had grown into something special. Affection was unsurprisingly scarce among the unholy hounds. She had felt camaraderie before, of course, but intimacy, never. They have Yuri. This game is awesome. I mean, yeah, all right. No, this isn't Yuri. It's just gals being pals. From their elevated vantage, the girls could see both the concealed entrance of the cavern as well as a clear view of the bridge that spanned across the canyon. Black Bridge was the link between the Gentry lands and the northern mountains, the overpass that connected Oris and Reddington. To the city-faring travelers of the realm, the bridge was an unavoidable crossing. In the day, the task was to ensure that travelers passed by without stopping. At night, the task was to ensure that they do. Like most of her band, Miller preferred the night. The biting glare of the sun might be tolerable to farmhands and bricklayers, but to a cavern-housed bandit it was a source of constant annoyance. In the day, there was no shroud to conceal her expressions, nor to hide her thoughts. She felt exposed. Jesper, Miller, and Ravia. These are names. Might as well write down names. Jesper, Miller, Ravia. Ravia touched her elbow and pointed up. Miller, striving to suppress a budding smile, subtly shook her head in response. There were many signs that the unholy hounds used in lieu of words, but the two of them had developed an extended vocabulary. Gestures quietly forged in the shared solitude of their month among the branches. She watched as Ravia shifted, placing her palms flat on the floorboards beneath them. Miller knew what she was trying to say, but shook her head a second time. It was often more fun to pretend not to understand. Ravia rolled her eyes and turned away, looking back to the canyon. Squinting through the leaves, the two girls held still, watching and listening. It was not long before Miller, too, heard the sounds of approach. Ravia held up two bent fingers, and a few moments later, two men emerged from the bridge's southern end. They were dressed in a familiar uniform. The long gray coats with black facings, white waistcoats, and black tricorn hats. They belonged to the local patrol, the Blackguard. Although not an everyday occurrence, their presence at Black Bridge wasn't an unusual sight. It typically indicated an important traveler's impending passage across the bridge, information that the girls would promptly relay to their leaders as soon as the coast was clear. But this report, while exciting, was rarely acted upon. In Miller's 5 years in the Unholy Hounds, she had never once seen a carriage taken in open daylight when the Blackguard was nearby. Hang on. smallish picture. There's definitely a surprising amount of detail for how small the picture is. But not anything that I can really gain value out of here, other than appreciating the detail. The men had nearly reached the bridge's north end when Miller heard the horses, faintly at first, but growing louder with each passing moment. Ravia's eyes met Miller's, the same concern mirrored on each other's expression. This did not sound like the typical carriage, cautiously approaching the bridge to cross. Instead of the familiar crunch of the high road's gravel, they heard the harsh clattering of hoofbeats against stone. Both girls quickly redirected their attention downwards through the foliage. The sounds were not coming from the high road, but from the canyon itself. The horses were coming from below the bridge. I realize that this is probably italicsed for emphasis, but this would not be the first time that they have snuck in a hidden message. My indignity. Deadly. A Gentor. Might. Anything. They do. Below. Okay, actually, I think this might be a thing. I'm going to have to go through it once I'm done reading the book and write down all of it and see whether or not it becomes something. In an instant, Miller had knocked an arrow and drawn her bow. Go! Ravia was gone before the whisper had even left Miller's mouth. The young scout was already sliding down the bank below, racing toward the cave. There was no road that ran below the canyon. There was no reason for numerous horses to be approaching their cave. There was only one reasonable conclusion, and both girls had reached it instantly. The base had been compromised. This was a blackguard attack. The moment the horses came into view, Miller let loose her first arrow. She was surprised to see a carriage. She had expected cavalry. But before she even finished processing that thought, her second arrow was in the air. Without a trail, it would be unthinkable for a carriage to traverse such rough terrain, yet she watched as the wheels jolted over the rocky riverbed. A third arrow was now in flight, and there would be no need for a fourth. The driver slumped over just moments before the vehicle dipped into a small ditch, slamming into an embankment. The force of this sudden halt immediately shattered the front two wheels and catapulted the driver from his seat. Utterly confused now, Miller quickly glanced over her shoulder to see if any horses were also approaching from the rear. Down in the canyon, the entire horde of the unholy hounds came spilling forth from the earth as if hell itself had suddenly sprung open. The group seemed even more bewildered than Miller, half asleep, and tripping over one another in a desperate attempt to engage an unseen enemy in combat. Miller could see Ravia among their number, the only one looking up at her. Yet her expression was chilling. There would be no need for a silent gesture to convey what they both now realized. They had made a mistake. The gang's chieftain, Jeffrey Heartslasher. Damn. What a name. Jeffrey Heartslasher led the others, cautiously approaching the crashed carriage like a suspicious fox would near a baited trap. There were no words exchanged as the group crept forward in customary silence. A dozen or so paces in front of the wreckage lay the far-flung driver, an arrow protruding from his broken body, and beside him a blood-stained effigy carved from stone. I misspelt Jeffrey? You misspelt Jeffrey. Oh, there's an E. Sure. I guess he can have a second E, as a treat. Miller was inconsolable. Jesper had always been her favorite. He'd always shadowed her in the night, clinging to the hems of her every move, the way a child tails behind an older sibling. Tender-hearted, she had always called him, though deep down she had known that wasn't quite true. His appearance of gentleness concealed a raw, resilient durability that emerged in the most perilous of situations. He had been a flower among the nettles of this cave, but he still had thorns, honed by a grim past and 100 hands of misfortune. They buried him in the darkness in the back of one of the larger cavern rooms. He was interred with a berry basket and a silk handkerchief that he had treasured. The mysterious effigy they had found beside him served as a distinguished gravestone, a marker that stood out as somewhat special among the rows of similar swords marking neighboring plots. No one spoke, not even in whispers. There was nothing to say. Well, I know what that symbol means. Fascinating. All right. Well, let it never be said that I have a sense of self-preservation, because I desperately want a cursed effigy right now. I cannot wait for the next time I draft the shrine and can find a cursed effigy. Miller awoke the next day to a thunderous shaking and rattling of the earth, a far cry from the playful nudging of the previous day. She strained to adjust her eyes, but the choking sting of stirred-up dust caused her to flinch. Panic was also in the air. The sounds of scurried footsteps and clattering feet filled the space around her, but even in alarm, the silence was louder. What was it that sounded so strange? Miller closed her eyes tight and used her feet to guide her along the passage. The whispers around her were getting louder, and intense voices could be heard ahead. Louder speech than she had ever spoken in the canyon. A growing dread grew as Miller approached the mouth of the cave, her eyes now open wide despite the dust. Shouldn't it be day? Miller felt a hand in the darkness, pulling at her. It was Ravia. The two embraced, and Miller did not need to see her to understand. Ravia placed two bent fingers against Miller's cheek, and with that touch against her face, Miller felt the same sinking feeling from the previous day. Two bent fingers confirmed what Miller had suspected. The girls had forgotten to relay one critical piece of information to the others. An hour or so later, the screams began. Blood-curdling cries of hopeless desperation. Captain Fodrick Lee of the Blackguard looked down from the ridge of the canyon to the collapsed entrance of the cave. Ah, he grinned. Now they speak. Wow. And that's the end of the story. Oh dear. Yeah, we're never going to get to see Miller and Ravia's relationship play out. Captain Fodrick Lee. Wow. That is a lot. Oh. Was this here the whole time? I guess this was probably here the whole time. Blackguard homophobic. Yeah, probably. That makes sense. So what have we learned? Don't shoot the messenger. And always warn the bandit leader when there are guards nearby. That's what we have learned. Check the stamps. All right. So I got this stamp now, and I am still missing Morajai. That's Kararika. That's Arinda Ares and Fen Ares. That's Arch Ares and Vera. So I'm still missing Arinda Fen Arch, Nuance, Iraja. I'm still missing an Irajan stamp. Wow. That's a weird one to be missing. You'd think I'd have seen that one by now. Oh well. All right. So what are we doing here? What else can I go? I don't have the tools necessary to make a powered hammer. Also, I didn't draft a bedroom, so I can't try out that thing. Yeah, I didn't find a coat check, so I'm not checking anything. I'm not planning on ever coat checking anything again, to be honest. I have a magnifying glass to go back to the mailroom, and I think there was more stuff that I want to see. Coat check is good? I mean, I guess so. I made it rare. I don't want to see coat check. I don't want to be playing that game. I don't have any additional information about Rajan. I need to draft a new clue in order to hopefully find more information about the third microchip. But that is a future run thing. Oh, we got to run back to the study because we know the code is D8. Where did I leave the study? Here. Anything else that I want to go do? Is there a reason to open up room 46? Not especially. Not especially. Is there a reason to open up room 46? I could get the crown that doesn't do anything because I've fully drafted everything. I could do not much else, I think. I still don't have answers to the 8 countries in 8 months thing. So I guess we just go back down to the study and see if I can figure out how D8 works. Oh, wait. I was going to copy down everything that was in italics. Carriage. Carriage is approaching. That feels like it's probably not relevant, but it is the first thing that's in italics in the book. Out of the way. My indignity. There's a lockbox in the carriage. Deadly. Deadly is the stone. A Gentor? Might? Like a hero in a book. Anything. They do. Below. Go. This almost assuredly isn't real. But yeah, all right. I don't think this is real. But at least it's written down. whether or not it is real. A fair counterpoint, Lord Ender. A fair counterpoint. All right, where am I going? We're going to the study. I'm deciding whether or not to open up room 46, and I probably don't bother. Listen, if I'm not real, Hamu, then you're definitely not real. I regret to inform you. I'm sorry you had to find out this way. All right, where is D? Where is D on this list? How do I put in a D? If it was like the 10 key code, then D would be 2. I have already tried 0408. Sweet. Nice apple. Secret Garden definitely paying off. The code is date. I know the code is a date. What date? The code is D8. And it doesn't include any 6s, 7s, or 9s. Were any of the rooms D? We count small gates, 8 dates, crack 8 safes. The only room that's D is rank 4, room 1. Room 1, rank 4? Because it's still got to be read as a date, because it's going to be the date that the letter inside was delivered. And I don't think there are any small gates in this room to count. So that's not helpful. I don't super want to just brute force it. But it seems likely that it could be 08 anything, right? Like 01, 08, 02, 08, etc., etc. But something with an 8 in it. A solution is a solution. That's true. No, I want to understand. Date. D8. Chess portmanteaus. Can I make a D like shape? That feels super tenuous. D rhymes with 3? I don't know. Big queen, small queen. Is a queen a gate? Gate on a date? D8. Do I have anything else that is like letters into numbers? Anywhere in my clues? Is D a Roman numeral? I know C is 100. I don't think D is. L is 50. Is D 500? Okay, that's not a real date, though. It's not going to be 508. Yeah. 508 isn't real. Just like looking through everything in this text document as if any of them will make a difference. Just like, hey, here is a reference for D that you had forgotten somehow. I don't have anything. Yeah, it doesn't do anything here. Like, 508 is not real, and 8500 is definitely not real. None of the other combinations is needed information from outside the room. Well, you needed to know that Count Isaac Gates was a person named Count Isaac Gates. But yes, I agree with that. D8. What could D8 mean? I even have the magnifying glass, and it's like, what am I doing with that? That doesn't do anything. Is there like a thing where chess code indicates what square this is out of 64? I guess this could be square 60. 6008 is not real either. I tried 4. And that wasn't it. I guess it's 61. I think that's probably also not it. Especially because 6s aren't part of the code. Which actually really restricts the dates that are possible. No 6s, 7s, or 9s. That's interesting. August 61st. Correct. No, it's Hextember 18th. None of this is particularly helpful. D? What could D possibly mean? Since I can rule 3 months out. Yeah, that really reduces the possibility space. No, I'm confident that there's an 8 in it. Relatively confident that an 8 exists somewhere in this code. Since the code is D8. How do you get D? What's up, Random Red? You think it's a herring? I don't think it's a herring. I think I disagree. Phrasing, I will never. Absolutely not. If you get a laugh out of taking my words out of context, then that's on you. '6108 would be January 08, just 5 years later. Wow. Man, is this gonna be another Ponder situation? I literally have all the information at my hands, and my brain just doesn't want to take that particular, like, right turn to call it a left turn to put it together in the way that the game wants me to. Because I hate this. I really hate this. I agree that I have all of the possible information I could have, and I just don't know how to turn it into the thing that it wants me to turn it into. What were the pictures for D? Actually, D is rank 4, so that's here. I can go check that. I have the steps for that. We're gonna go walking around for a bit. What's up, Mare? How you doing? Hey, look, banana. Ooh, banana. Car and card. I tried this date. I tried this date and it didn't work. Wait, did I try that date? Also, there's no reason for it to be that thing specifically. That's just chance that that was in the right room for it. But I'm going to try it anyway, even though there's no reason for it to possibly work. Cool. From Spain, rad. Well, thanks for hopping into my little English-speaking stream. I hope you enjoy both the stream and blueprints. D8. capital D8. If I were to draw a D, it would be 1, 7, and 5, or 2, 8, and 6. So that doesn't work in either case, because 6s, 7s, and 9s can't be part of the code. D8. Code is 8. The code is not 8. D! What is D? How do I get D? Alright, it's funnier now that I listen to the words that I'm saying. D is not 04. Not as funny if you do it on purpose. Fair enough. No 6s, 7s, or 9s. G would be 7. So the gate probably isn't involved. It's not going to be like 2878. That would make a heck of a date. I am so lost. All right, Hamu. You have a hint? I am ready to hear a hint. Just the one, though. Man, I hate getting a hint on this game. It feels like giving up. I don't know that I ever would have gotten Ponder, though. So I guess sometimes I have to... D8 is not the only square on the board that would work, but not every square would work. What are you talking about? I still don't know how to turn a square on the board into a number. That doesn't make any sense to me. That doesn't seem even remotely helpful. Yeah, that's meaningless to me. I'm sorry. It does not get me closer in the slightest. I have no idea what they're asking from me. I am aware that D8 needs to turn into a 4-digit number, but I have zero clue how to make that happen since 0408 didn't do it. And I have absolutely no clue what other way I could turn this into a number. Really none. Don't try to turn D8 directly into the number? What? Like this really feels like I'm missing information. Like there is it sounds like you are implying that any given square on this chessboard can be turned maybe indirectly into a 4-digit number, and I cannot possibly put together a method in my mind that makes sense given the information I have other than the ones I have already tried. I I don't know, dude. I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't know. I'm about ready to give up on this and come back later. And I'm aware that I will never, probably not, get any additional information about this. I suspect that the game has given me everything it intends to. But I don't have the right idea. I don't. This doesn't make sense to me at the moment. Yeah, I mean, maybe it'll just somehow come to me off stream, which is probably the most likely at this point. I mean, that's what I would be doing if I wasn't streaming this game. I'd just be like, D8, huh? Well, I've tried everything I can, and then just walk off, and maybe it'll come to me later. But, like, that's where I'm at. I don't have anything. I don't have anything. I don't know how you get this. If it's like Ponder, I don't know how you get this. I really don't. It just does not currently make any sense to me. And maybe that's fine. Maybe I can come back to it later and it would make sense later. But it's... Uh... Randolph? Jason? Main character is Simon. Person who has been sending letters is Randolph. Yeah, I don't know. All right, well, we're going to go back to Blackbridge and mess around a little bit more there. And then I have to decide between calling it a day in the break room and trying to find out if maybe there is some other bedroom that I can call it a day in that would be helpful. Some of the squares would be ambiguous? What the actual hell are you talking about? Okay, so it's not a coordinate system, which means I have no idea. Just actual no idea. None whatsoever. No real point in going to the workshop here. Right, I was gonna go to Blackbridge. Hey, look, a banana. Wonder if there's a banana in this room. Probably not. Oh. Wait, what? Darren Kirk doesn't have a... Kirk Darren doesn't have an admin key? That's right, because Kirk Darren is a pseudonym. We don't know what Kirk Darren is a pseudonym for, though. Tonk. Partly expired. When did they say... When did they say they were adding an extra key that didn't hit... Only hope that our servers do not suffer the same fate that befell those in the story. Me too. All the deleted logs around the dates of Mary's escapades. Now I know the story, right? Yeah, I really do. As requested yesterday, 7/24, new admin key created. (7/24, 1987). I don't really have any information about who that might be for. Requested name doesn't quite fit with our typical length formatting. Can't do anything with that yet. Alright, if Kirk Darren is a pseudonym, maybe that is... Aww. Oops. Did we know anyone with a last name that wasn't at least 4 letters long? The only one I know is the princess, the Desolette's princess, who almost assuredly does not have a user passcode, given that she is born in 1924, born 60 years ago. It does not work for any of the family members. Although it might work for some of the revolutionaries? Maybe there is somebody on the revolutionaries team that would fit for? Who do we know that's involved in that? I have the archives, so I can take a look at some of that information. Huh. Maybe I'll get some names. Go back to the archives and take a look at information in the archives. Good thing I have running shoes. We could be at this for as long as I want. Where's the archives? Straight in, all the way up. D8. Marion Marigold, who is Mary P. Jones. Gail Hermes. Closest living relation of Baron H.S. Sinclair. After looking up the full list of admin keys, you never actually found the non-standard key. Really? That's funny. Caleb Manning and his publisher Philip White. Caleb Manning, author, revolutionary. Philip White, publisher, probably also revolutionary. 3 years ago, 83, an associate editor was arrested for criminal conspiracy. Manning and White. Yeah, we saw this dude in one of the pictures in the revolutionary hideout. So probably White is not involved. Maybe revolutionary. This is bag. Charged by the crown. Grand treason. And then September 2nd. Oh, I have the I have the magnifying glass. This might be a good reason. Hello? Open. To go back down into the reservoir. March 10th, 1886. (1886). Okay. 100 years ago. Right. December 9th, 1924. Caitlin Jari, born in exile. Southern neighbor Iraja. Yes. And this is information I have. Right? This is information I have. This is information I have written down. Iraja. Yep. Yep. I am ready to resolve Iraja in its entirety the moment I open the appropriate door. Alright, that didn't help. Too bad. I'm gonna take a quick jaunt over here. Back to the mailroom. That's not where the mailroom is. Excuse me? Oh, I can't go through there. I have to go around. Alright, slightly longer jaunt. Back to the mailroom. Oh, I never ate dinner either. We should go over to the dining room and eat dinner. Vera. Ooh, here it is. The Erajan stamp. Eraja Array. I know what array means. Future. Reuven Nevru. R-E-W? What is R-E-W? We know H-E-W is house. Maybe R-E-W is like rain or something? The Eastern Rain, et Aries, Yenna. Yenna? That's a familiar name. The Eastern Rain. So et is Eastern? I think I already wrote that down. I don't know what Ru is. Maybe Ru is rain. Or country or something. It was, what does it say? Reuven Nevru, so it was like the old and the new or something. Et is Eastern, so et Aries. Aries. Rain? Kingdom? Does that help here? Maybe. Is Ru in here anywhere? No. Well, that's all the stamps, though. Man, there's a lot of detail in this stamp. Oh, yeah. It tells me where all the things are. That's helpful. That one we already figured out. Kirk Darren, which we've been told is a pseudonym. There's no reason the head of security wouldn't have a login. We just haven't figured out what it is. Safe code D8. There is a safe on rank 10. I am missing a safe, so if that's true, that's actually a reason to open up the antechamber again. Alright, where am I? I'm gonna go do that. I'm gonna go open it up and see if I can spot anything in that room, as long as I have steps to burn. Man, these runs last forever. I'm just so not dedicated to finding out the actual, like, figuring out the things that I need to... I'm just making runs. I do make them last forever, it's true. I'm just here to have fun, you know? My money! Oh, I even have the aquarium. Delicious. Give me them steps. Also, this is another 10 steps, so I might as well. It was not another 10 steps? With a sleep mask. I guess I've already been in there with a sleep mask. Unexpected. Hard to remember since it was like 2 hours ago. That's true. It was like 2 hours ago. Yeah, I don't mind the runs lasting forever, as long as I feel like I am trying something appropriate. Which I currently feel like I am still trying something appropriate. Like, I'm not just, like, sitting here wasting time. It's, like, something specific that I'm trying to get done. Man, I even knew that side passage is there, and I still completely missed it walking past it. It's so easy to miss. Actually, as long as we're here, do I have the information I need for this now? Wait, what? Why is this a diamond? What? I thought this was Kararika. This is Nuance. Oh, no wonder I haven't resolved this. I don't know anything about Nuance. Yeah, okay. No, I don't have that. I don't we don't have those. All right, never mind. Thought it was the Kararika room. It's not the Kararika room. It's Nuance. I don't know Nuance. There is no Nuance. There's plenty of Nuance. I just don't know anything about it. I just walked past it again without realizing. I was going to try and pay attention when I walked past it, and I just walked past it without realizing. Every time, man. Some things would certainly be easier if there was no Nuance. It is intentionally designed to be missable. It is super missable. That is a true statement. How do I get there? To the pool and then turn right. Stupid Elzara. Open sesame. So there's a safe in this room? That's what I'm being led to believe? Maybe I have to resolve this in order to get it to show up. Because what else is interactable? Hey, buddy. Why is Mary's face missing? Also, why does it say Marigold instead of Sinclair or Jones? It's her family name, is it? Is it? She would be the daughter of the Elder Simon and Clara Epson. Why would Marigold be her family name? It's her pseudonym. So this is the only key that I am not sure where it is. And at this point, I am confident that one of the rooms that I haven't drafted is a throne room. Of the 2 rooms that I don't have yet in my collection of draftable rooms, I'm fairly confident that one of them is a throne room. What room is this? Alright, that clock works. Neither of these, though. Does that mean that I have to be in here at 1:30? Just like I have to be in the clock tower at 1:30? Oh. Dangerous. Difficult to do, for sure. Look, it's a swan. How did that sacred poem go? Wonder if Mary M, using Marigold instead of Sinclair or Jones, is the key they added while they were staying. All right, one more thing to go check out, and then we're gonna call it a night in the break room, I think. Call it a night in the break room today. Because messing around with the bedrooms is just too subtle. I feel like at some point I'm just going to want to look up the information about the bedrooms. And I don't think I am ever going to experiment to the point where I actually have a good handle on what all the different bedrooms do. So at some point I'm just going to look that up if I care about the information. These running shoes are so good. Gonna probably want to end in the break room of the planetarium anyway. That's probably true. There is one of the rooms that is stars, right? Her ladyship's chamber is a star. Okay. Master bedroom also worthwhile. 10 more steps is not nothing. All right. It is not Mary Sinclair. It is not Mary Jones. It is not Mary Marigold. It is not just Marigold. Okay. See some more information from that note. New admin key created, though the requested name doesn't quite fit with our typical length formatting. But they called out that you could get a pseudonym, right? So maybe it's like Marigold M? That doesn't work. Who else? Manning? All right. None of that. Not helpful. Not good enough. Well, let's just move on to the next run. Wherein I can at the very least get another shot at the shrine and another shot at the library. Where's the break room? Here. And clock tower. Very true. All right. It's been good. Perplexing Inn of the Dead. All right. So without really trying for it, I ended up with 13 dead-end rooms. Which makes me think that if I am trying for it, I might be able to get it. Like, how many dead ends did we get with rooms that are pseudo dead ends? 20 is really hard. 20, I agree 20 is really hard. I'm trying to, like, we had a dead end down here with a boudoir that could have been a real dead end instead of something else. The parlor also, like, has a door into nothing. This could have been a real dead end. Lots of rooms that have either 4 or 1 door. Yeah, we probably do need a lot of 4s in order to make it work. Well, anyway. Into the next one. Day 47. Hang on. All right. Timer started. Ah, yes. I visited the mailroom. Compass, gems, and keys. Looks like it was ordered by Karen? Or Catherine? K. Thompson? Whoever that is. Hoping for the shrine. We'll take almost anything. I don't like any of these, actually. Trading post, I guess? Take a root cellar. Almost assuredly will not contain anything I care about. Although it does have this business. Born Mary Epson. I forgot about that. She was never a Sinclair. She took her mom's she took her mom's name. That's interesting. That's intriguing. Anything else in this room? No sign has been found yet. Potato. Lots of potato in the root cellar. Yeah, the root cellar doesn't look like it has any breakable walls either. And now, hopefully, we find a shovel somewhere. Which we should. It's not too hard to find shovels. Yeah, alright, no. We'll just straight up go for the reading nook. Let's open up the library. You're facing the wrong way, library. Where is a new clue? Please. It's been entirely too long. I want to see if the stamps page has any information now that it's fully completed. My stamp collection, it's complete! Doesn't seem like it gives me any additional information, though. My first claim ticket. All right, what are we getting out of here? Actually, this is a fantastic place for a Chamber of Mirrors. And it's got 4 keys in it, too. Wow, what a great room. I hope this doesn't put us too short on steps. All right, that does not immediately help us. That ante helps us. All right, yeah, keep them all up. For now. All right, well, this better deliver or we're in trouble. Den. Show me a den. Oh, it's not a den. Observatory or break room? How many stars do I have? No idea. I think the break room is more important to me right now. That's true. I can always come up from below. That is a good point. Fruit? Aw. No goodies. Gotta check every flat surface to see if there are additional goodies. Nope. Let's just do math then. 14 is 14. 7 minus 4 minus? Yellow is minus? Man, I don't remember numbers. Good. 11 minus, no, 10. Minus 10 is 0. Times 18 is still 0. Plus 10 is 10. Minus 4 plus 5 is 1. Times 11 is 11. I am capable of doing math. Well, this sucks. A lot. Why isn't this a door? This needs to be a door. Hey, look, running shoes. All right. I'm a little bit happier with this now. All my options here are miserable. I don't actually want to be running through the gymnasium too often, so let's just take the quest bedroom here. A second quest bedroom? How dare you? Oh, I have the Chamber of Mirrors. Yes, okay. All right, well, still trying. Keeping it going. Starting to get awkward. 1 is 1. 3 times 5 is 15. Minus 13 is 2. Minus 5 times 3 is negative 15. Positive 3 times 3 is 9. Minus 3 times 1 is minus 3. Squared is 9. Ooh. That's quite the find. Wow. Okay, I guess we'll just take the hallway closet and come up from the foundation. This is very awkward. But at least it's not a day over. Good running shoes, though. Honestly, great running shoes. Very solid pickup. I'm gonna go open the thing while we're here. Go spend the 10 extra steps or whatever. Yeah, you really gotta be looking for it. This hallway is so long. I gotta be on the lookout for information about nuance. Where do I find information about nuance? Did that book have any information about nuance? The one about the Fenaries Civil War? I don't think it had much. It mentioned that nuance came to the rescue. Like, was on somebody's side and was, you know, allied in the war. But I don't know that it had much detail about nuance. I don't know that I've seen much detail about nuance. Hello? Click? The game, I guess the game lacks nuance, yeah, right? D8. Still thinking about D8. Let's see if we can get back to the Chamber of Mirrors. That would be interesting. This is extra cursed. Alright, drawing room it is. This is just open now, which is fantastic. Alright, we're gonna start going this way. None of these are what I want. Please open up to the left. Once again. Alright, well, the best option I have is dining room. Oh, excellent. Boy, it would be nice to have a shovel, wouldn't it? Another West Wing Hall, sure. The pool? It is a source of another cog room. Let's just take the hall for now. Well, I'm still trying to get to that other side of the Chamber of Mirrors, so... Fingers crossed. Yo, the bedroom does it! Alright. Sorry, mailroom, not today. More keys, thank you. I think that is all of the keys. Back up, buddy. Wait, shouldn't this be open? No. I thought that opened up. Maybe I clicked it twice? Oh. It opened up a different one this time. Yeah, I'm not sure that I can actually make it to that key, because I'm not making it into that room. Oh, that's what I missed. There we go. More running around. Okay, so this is now fully open, except for this room, which is where the opening is to get into the center. Damn it! Damn it. All right, so we're just gonna press every button again and figure out where these do or do not work. Make sure I didn't miss one. Okay. Yep. All right. Well, that's not ideal, but we did get 4 keys out of it, so not the worst result. All of these options are terrible. Courtyard might get me a shovel, though. That's probably worth the gem. It did not get me a shovel. It got me a trunk. Is that worth the key? Maybe. The heck is the commissary? Extra bedrooms, I guess? Classroom gets me an apple. None of this is impressive. I've got 10. It's true, I do have a fair number of keys. So that is not necessarily a concern. It's just, it's not going to have a shovel in it, you know? Dice are cool. We like dice. Yeah, alright. I'll secret garden key. It could be time. Also, no shovels. $18 in, so still plenty of time. Doors are open. Let's see what we can accomplish here. Let's see. This would be literally my first cog of the run? Let's not take it. It could be observatory, though. I'm down for an observatory here. I would like to observe. 54? The Inkwell. I guess if we end up with a really cursed draw, I can Inkwell my way out of it. Wow. That's not impressive, honestly. We can take a quest bedroom here, it's fine. This is my second quest bedroom of the run. Better hope we make it to the antechamber at this point. Man, even with the compass, it doesn't feel like I'm getting a lot done here. Curious if I get multiple tokens. That's a really good question, yeah. Do I just take the kitchen because I'm probably going to need the steps? I'm at like 40-something steps. I'm fine. Hallway, sure. Opens in the correct direction. It's a lot late for a laboratory, but we'll take it anyway. Nothing on any of the tables. More stars, love it. 3 gold for each red room in your house. Currently 0. Small chest to the entrance hall. Not particularly helpful. Alright, stars it is. The next 3 times I open a locked trunk, we'll just gain 4 stars. Love stars. What's up, Tails? We're hoping for a clock tower before 1:30. That would be ideal. Access. Security. Give me more keycard doors, so I'm not spending keys on them. Security level high. And we're done here. Oh, I didn't set my blessing either. I should be looking for blue rooms if I am looking for that thing. Although I should also probably be just auto-setting that to black, because I do want to get the treasure room at some point. Security, yeah, perfect. Great, love that for me. No, reading Nook here is actually fine. Security is cog, though. This is my second cog room. Yeah, I'll take it. It's got good doors. Not yet time for Mechanarium. This is a fine place for a starfish aquarium, though. Gotta be careful with my gems. Still no shovel. Broken lever. Not exactly what I'm looking for. Clock tower! Yo, what happened? And I got another 20 minutes to kill. And go see what we can get out of it. It got the silver thing, the timepiece that I can only apparently get in the clock tower. All right. That's not going to do much good for me. But, all right, let's run. It usually does. This is my 4th or 5th time drafting the clock tower and my 2nd time seeing the stopwatch. Conference room. Yeah, absolutely. One, two, three. This would be my 4th. Nope. Sure. Take a den here. Take a music room. All right. Solid run. Saved myself 4 gems, except. And this will get me a star. Worth. Worth. It is 11:30. 16 minutes. The hell? Oh, I've not seen that one before. Prism key. Oh, I have seen this one before. Once. I've seen this once before. That's cool, though. 1 major key, 1 minor key. Do I want to use the prism key here? Not really. Nope. Let me in. Okay, that works. All right. Are there 2? Nope, just the 1. I think we would have needed to pick up the 1 and then come back to it later. Like, draft another quest bedroom afterwards and then come back to it. Also, dinner is served. What happens if I use the prism key in the antechamber, actually? Don't think the token appears if I get the quest bedroom after the pillar rises up. Really? It doesn't work, is what happens. Okay. Lost and found. Should we remove lost and found? Should we just go into the lost and found? Am I okay with losing an item in order to get into the lost and found? I don't even know what I'm looking for at this point. A second library would be delightful. So maybe I should look for another reading nook. But I can't get that from here anyway. Time check. I've got another 12 minutes. Keeping an eye on it. All right, let's just re-roll here. Sure, I'll take a gallery. Gallery has goodies and it lets me put off the decision. Okay, yeah, Prism Key doesn't work from a blue room. It works from green, orange, purple, red, or yellow. The study is back. Not ready. I still don't know. D8 makes no sense to me. Order placed. No magnifying glass this time. Too bad. No shovel still. Starting to run out of keys. Take another observatory. Where did I put the dining room? All the way down here. Jeez. And the only place to go looking for more stuff is off of this hallway. No, off of the drawing room also. Okay, yeah. Still pretty open then. The shuffle hides away when you get the roots out. I haven't even seen a commissary either. I saw the kitchen once. I mean, I might have seen the commissary, like, down here once. Do we need to go back into the office? We should spread money, actually. Now that we're here. Also, I should grab this gem. This is the same model with the cracks and everything. Now is a good time to spread gold. Do I run payroll? Probably not. That's not where I'm going. I want the money. Eight minutes. All right, let's go get dinner. So awkward running around like this. Hey, look, fruit. Do need to pay attention to rooms that were in place before the secret garden came down. Porterhouse steak. All right, whatever. Not drafting a showroom. Get out of here. I mean, I guess if I saw a showroom, I'd draft it, but I want the food. Quick peek. Do we see an orange somewhere? No, not a lot of reason to backtrack that far then. Oh, I gotta go into the drawing room anyway to start looking at this stuff. Maybe let's do that now? It seems reasonable. Hey, look, an orange. Presumably, since I'm not at rank 8, key 8 just doesn't work. Yeah, okay. Did I not take the gem? Definitely took the gem. Long since took that gem. Coat check? Trophy room? Trophy room doesn't do nothing, but it doesn't do a whole lot. It draws a line off to the side. I love it. I guess this could be a rotunda. Those are doors. I do like doors. Take my gems, I guess. No, I don't want any of these things. It could be a utility closet, though. Utility closet will be my fourth cog? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, my fourth cog. Time is approaching. Another 6 minutes. I do have to be careful with how slow the rotunda moves, though. I mean, this is the correct rotation for the pantry, so I guess we just take the pantry here. Running out of keys. Do I spend a star on this? I don't even know what else I'd be looking for. Oh, this is garbage. Freezer is kind of funny, actually. All right, yeah, let's take the freezer, and I'll have $1 million in gems for next run. That's not where I need to go. I need to rotate. And I don't think we need to come back into either of these rooms, so I will just leave that button as is. All right, let's see what I can get out of the hallway. 3 minutes. Nothing useful. Maybe we can find something useful. Mechanarium! It's not great here, but there's not going to be any other opportunities for this, so I might as well take it here. Yeah, still no Sanctum key. Didn't quite work out. Silver key? Oh, because that's not going to be an upgrade disc anymore. Yep. Cool finds. I don't think I got a workshop this time. Yeah, it's already open. And this opens into the next room over. Let's see what it is. Keeping an eye on it. None of this helps. This continues to not help. Fascinating. Give me another Mechanarium. Are there really not... Does Mechanarium not show up off of the silver key? Wow. Alright, pretty cursed. Well, burnt a bunch of stars for not a lot of value, and we're headed to the clock tower. Yeah, it was off of a silver key, so it was really limited in terms of what it was going to offer me, but I'm surprised that the pool of what it was willing to offer me was that small. $15 more in-game minutes. Where do I need to be for this, actually? Is it here with the broken one? Is it the 130 downstairs? This feels like this could be a pillar that comes up or something at the appropriate time. You don't think it matters? All right, fair enough. Five minutes. Five in-game minutes. I looked at the stuck one and was like, it's time. It's not yet time. 3 in-game minutes. You'd want to watch the broken clock. That's fair. The broken clock is that one. I can do both from this position. Oh, there it goes. Ooh, okay, all right. Acceptable. Have to be upstairs? Oh. Wait, what? Oh, wrong door. It's a good thing I was upstairs. Seen someone be downstairs and it doesn't trigger. Oh my god. Okay. Each of these clocks should be set to it. It's a puzzle. It's a puzzle. Oh no. 5 of these clocks should be set to a time ending on the hour. This is a lie. Set this clock to a time containing all different numbers. So don't do that. This clock's neighbors should be set to a time containing a 7. This clock should not be set on the hour. Should be set on the hour. So this has to be 7 o'clock. None of these clocks should be set to times that contain the number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Okay. This clock should be set to a time that contains the same 3 numbers of another clock here, but in reverse order. Okay. The clocks are positioned so that their times will go up in ascending order. Okay. So this is after 7. Both of these are after 7. All of these are before 7. Different time. 5 of these end on the hour. This is not one that contains all different numbers, so probably ends on the hour. Probably. And has to contain a 7. And it can't be 77. But it could be like 707? No, it can't be 7 in the hour slot. So it has to be like 5:57. Actually, it has to be exactly 5:57. Yeah, this has to be exactly 5:57. There's literally no other time that'll work. Since there's no 1s, 2s, 3s, or 4s, both of these have to be 5 something. Most likely, this is 5. This could be still 5 something, right? Could be like 5:59 or something, but this is probably 6. This clock should be set to a time that contains the same 3 numbers of another clock here, but in reverse order. So 7:55, actually, is what that's going to be. Probably. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And 5 of them are on the hour? 5 of them are on the hour. There's not going to be any 10s or 11s or 12s because those are 1s. So this is probably 8. Wait, 5 of them on the hour and no 1s, 2s, 3s, or 4s. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Exactly. All of those need to be set. So there has to be a 5, a 6, a 7, an 8, and a 9 p.m. If that's 7, this has to be 8. And this is something 8. This is between 8 and 9? So something has to end in an 8? This could be 5:38, and that could be 8:35. Not 3. 55. Or O. It could be, yeah. No, it can't be 5:58, so it has to be 5:08. And this has to be 8:05. Nice! I like this puzzle. That's cool. That's really cool. Okay. Sanctum key found. Vault keys, king on his throne, and mechanarium. I got this quick. This is my specialty. This is the shit I live for. This is you you should have seen me play in The Witness. Also, yes, conversely, I will get some puzzles really quick and then spend 2 hours staring at D8. That is completely accurate. It is notable how often I get things really quickly that other people stumble on, and how often I stumble on things that other people get really quickly. I sure did not, Ender. Not even a little bit. Alright, so that's it for this. We can call it a day in the break room. Is there anything else that I want to go do on this day? I guess go deal with this sanctum key. That seems not unreasonable. Can I get any more information about Nuance? Would love to get some additional information about Nuance. Where do you suppose we go to get additional information about Nuance? No second library today, which is unfortunate. My assets are frozen. I have one key remaining. Did I get a planetarium today? I did not get a planetarium today. Alright, so I guess let's go use this sanctum key and then we'll call it a day in the break room. Ah, thank you for the dictionary definition of nuance, Ender. I very much appreciate that. I very much appreciate that. Honestly, any day in which I make Hamu yell at me is a good day, so call that a success. If it makes you feel any better, Hamu, if somebody else had made that joke, I would be yelling at them just as loudly. So, like, I'm only getting a pass because I'm the one making a joke. Like, if anybody else did it, it would not be okay. 100% hypocritical when it comes to dad jokes and puns. So which door should I open? Taking votes from people in chat who don't know which door is which door should I open? Oh, that was absolutely directed at me, Ender. You don't have to worry about it. Ender says 5. 2, 4, 5, and 6 are the ones which are still closed. I don't know which one leads to any particular country, although there are several countries that I have full information on. So, if I happen to get, which ones would I be looking for here? Fen Ares or Araja, I have full information on. Morajai, I'm missing a chunk of stuff. And Kararaka, I'm missing one thing. Whoa! It actually shows! Oh! What? How did I not see this? Oh, then I know the answer to the puzzle in the thing. Okay, we're going back to room 46 after this. I guess let's do Fen Ares, since I know that one fully. I really don't. It's true. I often do not look up or down. That is accurate. It's not the solution to the puzzle. You're not the solution to the puzzle. You don't think the rooms are in order? I think the rooms are in order. They've seemed like they're in order. I mean, I guess I could be wrong. All right. Fen Ares is second on the list. Maybe the rooms are out of order and the postcards have dates on them? Anyway. Pentagon Fog. Which one is Fog? Fog is the crosshatch lines. I don't remember what order I'm supposed to do them in. I know something affects other things, and I don't remember which things are affected. It's not what I'm looking for. That's not what I'm looking for. There it is. That's the wrong crosshatch lines. That's still the wrong crosshatch lines. Maybe only the one crosshatch lines exist? Okay, maybe only the one crosshatch lines exist. And then it needs to be the 4 diagonals. And then the outside needs to be the little wavy lines. That one. And then the moats need to be the little mountain-shaped ones. Perfect. Morajai Box, the Fen Ares variation. The end of the War of the Fifth Era after the Grand Realm of Fen Ares was established, Morajai Box is the realm where graced with red tiles in honor of General Teskin's victory. When these tiles are pressed, all black tiles on the box turn red in triumphant victory, while all white tiles on the box turn black, serving as the outclassed and struggling reinforcements of the dwindling Desolate's army. Wait, so that's... how do I get more black or white tiles? Ah, the white tile becomes whatever opposite of it. Black rotates. Green cycles across. The white tile... Why did the white tile not become black? Oh no. What do the gray tiles even do? Gray tiles don't do anything, right? Well, all white tiles on the box turn black. No, I understand what the red tiles do. That's fine. I need 4 red tiles, though. I can turn the white tile black. That's not a problem. I can then turn the black tile red. I need an extra red tile. Yeah, I don't remember what the gray tiles do. The gray tiles float or something? Excuse me? The orange tiles turn into something if they're adjacent to them both. Okay. Okay. So... how do I get you elsewhere? Oh, now I can get... that's how I do it. That's how I do it. I understand now. Oh, but I need black tiles to rotate! Oh, dear. Okay. I understand. I understand. I understand. I don't remember what gray tiles do, but I think I can solve this without needing them. Yeah. Oh, as long as stuff is already in the right place. No, I don't remember what gray tiles do. I don't know if... I might not have gotten orange explanations, but the orange did things that make sense to me. Black tiles would be explained in this room. If I had had this room solved. How do I not have the... How do I not have Arinda Ares solved? What? No, I do. I'm just bad. The entire row shifts to the right as if on train rails. Good, that's correct. This is the one I don't have solved, and this is the one that would explain orange to me. So that's not helpful. Pink tiles. That's not appearing on this film. I don't care. Arch Ares is yellow tiles? It's not helpful. Yellow tiles move north. Green tiles cycle. I am missing information. I don't remember what gray tiles do. Are they explained in the master bedroom? I feel like they might be explained in the master bedroom, since that's supposedly the first place you see a Mora Jai box. Muddled your way through this one without fully understanding how orange works. Yeah, that's kind of how I'm feeling about it right now. Okay. We can make this work. The problem is... Oh, dear. Might be able to make this work. I need the greens in the corners. Like that. This doesn't work, right? No, because they lose the red. I need the oranges to move. How do I get the oranges to move? Okay, real talk. What do the gray tiles do? Do the gray tiles do nothing? Because it's certainly possible that the gray tiles do nothing. Gray do nothing. Okay. White, when clicked, becomes gray? That's not particularly helpful. There might be a way to make white become not gray. Other things interact with them. Sure, sure. Ah, that's helpful, actually. the white tile swapped with the gray instead of just becoming gray. I guess it becomes gray and then nearby gray tiles become white? Yo. We're almost there. Oops. Undo! Control Z! Control Z! No! Control Z! Cursed. No, still fixable. What am I trying to do here? I am trying to... I'm trying to get the orange white. That's what I'm trying to do. Bingo. Now that I have that, I can get this white. Oh, it toggled this one too. There we go. Now I got it. Nice. Yeah. Excellent. Fen Aries. I'm actually writing this last postcard. Oh. Last postcard. Sitting at my desk at home. Okay, so the order is different than the order they come in. And I need to be looking at the dates. Maybe. But I know Orinda Aries is first. So there's still more information. Actually writing this last postcard, sitting at my desk at home. I suppose I should put forth the extra effort and drop it in the mail for consistency. But I am tempted to save the postmaster a trip, as it will just wind up here once again to join the other 7. Which I am pleased to report were all waiting for me on my desk, safe as can be. Flipping through them has reminded me of the many friends I made and lessons learned along the way. And as I look back, one truth shines brighter than the others. Air travel is much better than sea travel. P.S. Remind Anne to replace the books I lost. One 412 112L. Same. Okay, so that's just like a location stamp or something. Happens the road has taken me south. Seems fitting to begin the journey by visiting a fragment of the Old Kingdom, a landmark as black in realm as it is in name, and a story I feel closely connected to. Begin the journey in Orinda Aries. Road has taken me south means probably to Eraja? We don't have Eraja unlocked yet, so I don't have that postcard. And the nuance postcard would actually be pretty helpful here. We arrived here after a few days of sailing. Okay, so Arch Aries is probably here following a trip to Korarika. But Arch Aries... is from the other continent. Or from Nuance, maybe. Yeah, I'm just assembling the information I do have. This is different. It's probably, again, a postal code as opposed to a date, though. We arrived here after a few days of sailing, and it made me realize how much more convenient it would have been in the old days when the railway tracks extended all the way north. Oh. So maybe Arch Ares is from Iraja? Since it implies that he could have taken the railroad instead of sailing? Arch Ares is a destination with which I am well acquainted for having traveled here countless times on business for Cinca. This time, however, I will avoid the familiar towns and factories, and will instead trek along the northern coast, an area with which I am wholly unfamiliar. Okay. Despite my prejudice against Mother Nature, I own that I have deeply loved my time here at Vera. The memories of the youthful trip I took here with my brother have been relentless, and as I have gotten older, I find less and less occasion to recollect on such trivial pleasures. One thing I do remember vividly, which has not lost a single speck of charm, are the famous turtles. Each visitor of Vera, upon arriving, is lent one of these hard-shell friends for the duration of their stay, to serve as both steed, guide, and companion. I am still under the spell of island life, even if the weather here is much more severe than it was on Morajai. Morajai comes before Vera. And the weather on Vera is much more severe than Morajai. What are my options for weather? Heat, rainy, stormy, snow, windy. Am I missing something else? 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5 beams. Foggy is a 6th beam. How many beams are there? I don't know the weather on Morajai. That's actually useful information. All right, how many different beams are there? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, that's fog. Starting with fog. That's rainy. That's stormy. That's heat. That's snow. That's windy. And I literally don't know what just a straight beam is? Why don't I know this? Ray. I think I didn't take a picture of the full book. I just have pictures of the half-assed book in the mining tunnels. Okay, but it seems likely that no frills on the beam is temperate or calm. Decently likely. Okay. So that means I can reasonably deduce that Morajai is straight beams. Although we still don't know what the weather is like on Nuance. Probably heat, unless it is stormy. Or rainy, but not snow. It's not going to be snow. Oh, it could be wind. We're also missing wind. Given that they are air travel, maybe they're wind-based? Maybe they're generally pretty windy? Maybe Nuance is a windy boy? And then we don't know anything about the moats. The type of society a given realm proclaimed. We know Araja is poetic. That's fair. Now we have fully resolved Fen Ares, so I can mark that. And we are still missing a lot of information about Nuance. Yep, still missing a lot of information about Nuance. Great. All right, and then the information I have here is low. Is low. All right, yeah, we don't have it. We do not have it. It is not yet time. Where am I going to find more information about Nuance? Damn it. All right, and the remaining keys are Vault Key, Mechanarium, and the King on his throne. Where the hell? Where the hell am I going to find additional blueprints? All right, well, I got what I came here for. Where am I calling it a day? There is a break room. We can go call it a day in the break room. And I think I am not particularly invested in trying all of the bedrooms. So yeah, we're going to go call it a day in the break room. And, yeah, we can get one more run in. As long as I am judicious about how I spend my time. And then go for more treasure troves, I think, is going to be the goal. Let's hit the treasure trove as many times as possible. And also break room. Let's hit the break room and the treasure trove. Oh, did I want to... You know, as long as we're here... I'm going to double check here again. Not because I have any need to spend time at the train station. Like, that is just incredibly cursed. But because I want to see if there's any other pictures here that I don't remember. Or names. Also, I know about Castle. But I don't, you know anything about Castle. Yeah, this is Caleb. I don't have my magnifying glass, damn it. Why didn't I do this last run? Oh, White is involved also. Who's Pharaoh? Is this the first time I've actually looked at these names? Who's Pharaoh? I don't think I know who Pharaoh is. All right. Philip White, definitely revolutionary. I have no information about Pharaoh. Guards. Yeah, I might need to come back here with magnifying glass at some point. We seek what's in the shade of truth. Platform 8, of course. Of course. All right. Yeah, back to the break room. Let's call it a day. Try not to spend 2 hours on my next run. Break room over here, which requires going all the way around. All the extra way around. Even better. Man, I should have just walked out. That would have been a better idea. How do I get to where I'm trying to get to? This way. Through here? Yes, actually, through here. It needs to go this way because it needs to go through the Chamber of Mirrors. God. What a run this was. Yo, an apple. Is there an apple on all of them? I see. When you spread fruit into the Chamber of Mirrors, you get heavily rewarded. Sure, I'll eat more apples, whatever. Can't stop me. Doesn't do anything. I'm out of keys! I wanted the star. Maybe if I whine about it more, it'll just work. Yep, free extra star. That's what I'm here for. Garden Jigsaw House of Tomorrow. Wow. This is cool. House of Tomorrow. Alright. Give me this. Give me these. Date Pact by K. Thompson. Yeah, alright. Let's go check out my outer room. And then set the banner to black. It's the shrine! Alright. Does it look like there is a place where I can... Oh, here it is. Something tells you it should stay that way. How badly are we willing to curse ourselves? How badly do I want to be cursed? Pretty badly, actually. I need to find out what's inside. The key does not fit the lock. Probably for the best. Yeah. All right. Okay. We either don't have the right key or are not in the right place. Here, take some money. Blessing of the Dancer. You may pay gems to spin floor plans. For 6 days? Yo, that's so good. That's a lot of days. I'm not gonna curse myself. Taking money back was a bad idea. Never do that again. Being able to spin rooms is so good? It's still not Blessing of the Monk, which is what I was hoping for, but still good. All right, and then Banner to Black. Rotate! I don't care. Not here. Here it doesn't matter. Let's just take the storeroom, I guess. Some more keys and stuff. Yeah, feels pretty important. Yes, I have already been cursed. It's true. It has already happened. What am I going to do with any of this garbage? Set my dice to 2 every time I unlock a security door. I sure don't care about dirt on the driveway. But it's definitely going to be security doors. Sure. Speaking of security doors... Thank you. Don't need to change the offline setting because I already have a key. I don't want any of these things. Take a gem. All right, show me treasure trove. I'm gonna guess. Nice broken lever. It is a black room. Granted. Hey! That's what I'm looking for. The good stuff. White with waves. Two realms have the same color banner. All right, well, we have yet more confirmation that green memos in white boxes are always lies. Great. Thanks. All right, cool. What else am I looking for this run? Reading Nook, library. Go up the hallway. More keys and more doors. None of these are the reading nook or the library, and I really don't want to just take the chapel here, so flip it. Heck yeah! Nice. Okay, now we need a magnifying glass, which is, how do we guarantee a magnifying glass? All he needed was to find a new clue. If he found a new clue, he'd know what to do. If he knew what to do, he'd likely tell you. For you are looking for a new clue too. Oh, I desperately need a magnifying glass. Oh no. He had retraced his sketches and studied the files. Corner cases. Parlor, patio, nook, office, library, pantry. Departed. Dead cases. This is so cursed. Reviewed all his cases and gone through the piles of the evidence present and precedents evident, and retraced his steps as it stretched on for miles. What am I even doing here? This is such a mistake. Keep left. Rooks? Orinda? Orindia. It's... Is that castle? That might be castle. He had looked high and low in all of the rooms. He had searched every corner in each of the tombs. In this particular case, he had checked every space. If he found a new clue, he'd know what to do. Yeah, I don't know what to do with castle. I just know that castle exists. To Tanner Fork. He looked and he looked under beds and in nooks. He questioned the maids. He questioned the cooks. It was already over when he spoke to the chauffeur? I guess. Who told him new clues were only found in books. Tender Cipher. Lunar Renamed. Draft the Sixes. Uncle Aw? This is a disaster. I hate it here. So tome after tome that the library loaned, and the books that he had that he already owned, were searched from their covers all the way through. If he found a new clue, he'd know what to do. Mary. Wow, this is so relevant. Oh my god. Okay. The fixed stars. Really? Oh, lore is word and Jor is name. That's helpful. Erogen. Lorja, last word. Ah, cute. A lot of clues on that board. A lot of clues on this board. He changed all the letters in the lines that he found. He checked all the colors of the spines that were bound. Oh my god, it is an actual clue! No! Maybe not. Maybe that's not what I think it is. I really hope that's not what I think it is. He doubled the meaning of each seasonal greeting and found that the diction of each word was sound. Okay, it's not the books in the bookshop. Good. That's the one thing I wanted it to not be. Thank you. I'm okay with that. He stayed up all night and studied the maps. He laid out the floor plans and measured the gaps. And if his directory was considered a trajectory, it was nothing short of a full mental lapse. This is pretty cool. This is a pretty cool image here. Record. Record each. A man obsessed and cuckoo too, they would say as he would wander through. The messed medicine is not yet evidence. If he found a new clue, he'd know what to do. And having read this book so many times, having scoured over each of its cryptic lines, have you exhausted your search? Have you seen all the signs? Like the stop sign? Or the railroad sign? That's a king. Fascinating. Or is there perhaps something new? Something overlooked, but now in view? Have you finally found it? Could it really be true? If it's a new clue, you know what to do. Okay, well, we definitely need to come back to this with a magnifying glass. The suspect is a key. Really? Alright, what can I do with this? The book is purple. What can I do with this without having a magnifying glass? That's the first question. Route 8. Depart. Keep left to Tanner Fork. Right turn. Dead end. Record each stop. Huh. Okay, that's a reason to go back down into the reservoir. I have a picture of that thing, actually. Route 8. Depart. Keep left to Tanner Fork. Right turn, not in words, just a right turn. Dead end. Record each stop. And then there's no sign on the last page. Okay. What else can I get out of this? Purple. I can't get anything out of this page without... There is a sign on the last page? On the way. Record each stop on the way. Thank you. I can't do anything else here without a magnifying glass, I don't think. I certainly need to figure out Castle. And it seems like it has to do with the chess pieces. That's like the most likely, but I haven't figured out how. Rook, no chess piece, no chess piece, no chess piece. No chess piece. No chess piece. King. No chess piece. King is the office. Oh my god, there's so much on this page. But I don't know how much we'll get out of the office. This implies that there's something in the catacombs? I haven't been to the catacombs in a while. Maybe there's something in the catacombs. Ugh. Yeah, the first thing I wanted to do once I saw Castle was put Rook and King next to each other. So that is on the list of things to do. Tender Cipher, red. Lunar, renamed, green. Uncle Aw, purple. And Draft the Sixes, blue. Which they helpfully told me is the fixed stars. How nice of them. And if all the clues are only in books, then these could be book names. Uncle Aw seems like that should be pretty easy to put together. Clean? Clean? You? I don't... Come back to this. Mary Mary. Right, right. I don't know what that's doing, but that probably means something. Doubled the meaning of each seasonal greeting. Seasonal greetings. How many seasonal greetings are there? Other than Merry Christmas, jeez. Happy holidays. I appreciate that they explicitly tell you gates and gates here. That's pretty good. Right, right, I'm not quite sure what to do with. Saw this after you figured it out? Yeah. Getting a little bit more erogen is nice. Who told him new clues were found only in books, such as this one, maybe? Kept the capital. Not sure why. Shifted extras. Jeez. Checked all the colors of the spines that were bound. I definitely need a magnifying glass for all of this. Have you seen all the signs? The suspect is minor. The suspect is minor. The suspect is major. The suspect is a key. Who was the mining guy who wrote all the logs? There was the one dude whose dad was a miner. I guess that's Denny, isn't it? Denny Ravain's dad was a miner, which is why he's... No, that was a separate blackmail thing. Denny Ravain stole the letter, but it was a separate blackmail thing from the other dude. What's that other dude? Yeah, but this is not a red card. Oh, no. Okay. Yeah. Mining is a red herring. Major. The suspect is major. And blue card, the suspect is minor. Getting a lot of mileage out of that red herring emote, huh? All right. Do we know who is a major? Have I written down any names that are majors? No, but that might be worth checking out. Oh boy, that was a lot. Okay, now I guess I'll just move on and continue with the run for the rest of the... How am I supposed to continue with the run with that bomb dropped on me? What am I even trying to do? I don't... How do I play this game? What am I trying to do? I actually really desperately want to find, Did I take a picture of... I may or may not have taken a picture of the family tree in the root cellar. Oh, I should check the train metro. Okay, so I did take this picture. So, if we start from 8, and then take the right towards Tanner Fork. Hold on. We're starting at Royal Station. Take the right towards Tanner Fork and hit 9. That is Mainway Station. Continue on towards Tanner Fork, which is Tanner Fork. Right turn heads towards number 1, which is Oris Train Hall. It says right turn dead end, which is maybe going towards stop 13. Oh, yeah, because dead end is literally a stop name. So we have Royal Station, Mainway Station, Tanner Fork, Oris Train Hall, and Dead End, in that order. Keep left to Tanner Fork? You don't keep left to Tanner Fork. Oh, if you're keeping left to Tanner Fork, then it's not through Mainway Station. It's through Angel Tower. And then through Ares Crossing. keep left to Tanner Fork. And then take the right turn and go to Dead End. So the rest of that is correct. Oris Train Hall and then Dead End once you go through Tanner Fork. I have no idea what to do with this information. Do I go through any other stations? No, it skips 9 and 14. So it's Royal Station to Angel Tower to Ares Crossing to Tanner Fork. Keep going and you hit Oris Train Hall. And then you can take a right to Dead End. All right, well, I have that information down on paper, and maybe it will mean something eventually, because it sure does not mean anything to me right now. I don't think any of these will have the information I am looking for. I can rotate so that Office doesn't kill me, but Archives is maybe a better choice. What else am I looking for this run? I guess another break room. Hitting a mailroom wouldn't be a bad idea. What else am I looking for this run? Showroom would be nice, I guess. Looking for a magnifying glass. It's true. It's true. I guess I'm looking for a commissary more than anything else. It's a little early for a mechanarium, so we'll grab whatever this is. Ah, I have a dovecot. That's cool. I definitely want the commissary. No. All right, well, give me what you got. I'll take it. Where else could there be a magnifying glass? What other good places for magnifying glasses are there? Workshop, mailroom, reading nook. Mostly places I've... Some places I've been. I don't need to spend money on gems right now. Let's go burn these dice. Yeah, no, none of these. Den's pretty good here, actually. Den I'm happy with. It's got a cog on it. We love cogs. Do I rotate this? This is fine. That's right. Do I want to turn on the energy before heading in one of these directions? I feel like it's going to get me a weight room and I'm going to be unhappy. I've already gone through the archives. Could get me a passageway. Wouldn't be unhappy about a passageway. What else has ducts? Could get me security. Could get me a lab. I've already got the lab. But could get me security. Alright. Get me security. Oh, I need to do the thing. I want to go out that way. Yes, I want to go down first. Right. Yes, of course. I understand. Thank you. Not enough keys. Hey, got me security. Heck yeah. Should I spin it? Let's spin it. Continue to spin. Much better. Burn them gems. Find me the garage, honestly. Hey. Any additional goodies? No additional goodies. But if we find the car keys, that'll be great. I do not want a dark room, thank you. Do I care, actually? Might as well redraw. Find me something better. Do I need to spin the courtyard? Burning gems real fast. Alright. Just... Oh, this could have a shovel, too. Do I need a shovel? I need a magnifying glass. This probably won't have a magnifying glass, but it's a decent... Yeah, I haven't seen the car keys in a long time. This has nothing in it. Great, thanks. Well done. Well played. Oh, and it even opens the right direction. What a gift. How do I feel about the kitchen? Unnecessary. Take the bedroom. Give me some steps. This had a chance of giving me the magnifying glass. That's fine. The workshop is actually decently likely to give the magnifying glass as well. I almost want to run back up to the commissary, and it's a long run, and open the door for keys, but maybe I'll just open this and see what it gets me. Alright, I don't care about either of these two, so maybe this is good. It's not, but it is gems. I guess I'm not mad about gems. This could also have been a magnifying glass. This is the kind of room that gives me magnifying glasses sometimes. Probably should just go and buy out the gems. Like, what else am I doing with my money? The gems are not in the black box. Okay. This statement is as true as the statement on the black box. So if this statement is... If the white box is true, then this has to be true. If the white box is false, this statement has to be false. Which means this has to be true. Wait, so this always has to be true, right? If the white box is true, this statement is true, which means this has to be true. If the white box is false, this statement is false, which means this can't be false. So this has to, yeah, okay. It just has to be in the white box. Ugh. All right, back to the commissary. Go spend some money. Where am I going? And then open up the door, get myself the gems. Or get myself the dice, because of experiments. That's not where I'm going. Crap. Man, I gotta pay attention to the map. What are you doing here, buddy? Alright, yeah, just give me all of the gems. Good job, coupon book. Proud of you. I want this to go somewhere. I guess chapel is fine. Yo, the workshop. Okay, that's helpful. That is a find I want. Shovel. That's alright. I have the sledgehammer. So this could be a powered hammer. Does the sleeping mask combine with anything? Hang on. What are the combos? Further up is where the combos are. Oh, yeah. We need this. This needs to happen, actually. I need the dowsing rod so I can find items. Let's make items. Sorry, shovel. We shall not be shoveling. Is anything else helpful here? You know what this thing is, and I don't remember. Alright, whatever. Alright. Fine. This is good. Find me an item. In the gem room. I guess gems are fine. I can spend a gem. Oh. You thought there was an item in here. Tell me more. Where might said item be? Dowsing rod? Have you lied to me? Am I being lied to? Am I just blind? I don't understand. What else could happen? Item is usually on the left table. That would make some sense for there to be an item on this table. I wonder what the dowsing rod thought it was going to find. Maybe there were no rooms with items and thus became as accurate as a real dowsing rod. Maybe. While drafting, dowsing rod points toward rooms that may contain more items than usual today. Alright. So it's loose. Sometimes it works, sometimes it don't. The Mahu life suits me, I think. The Mahu life is pretty funny. I like that as an erogen phrase. Alright. Is there an item here, though? A random gem? Okay. We take those. That's not nothing. That is, in fact, something. Minor item discovered. Okay, yeah, we're going to the attic. I don't care what you're pointing at here. We're going to the attic. Get out of here. Attic has 1,000,000 items. I will take 1,000,000 items over maybe one item. 1. Ooh. 2. 3. Yes! 4. 5. No shovel, though. That was 5. I guess the items in the trunk count? I guess the items in the trunk count. Alright, 6, 7, 8. That was 6. That was 6, 7, 8. It was 5, and then the trunk, and the trunk was 6, 7, 8. I am fairly confident I counted that correctly. The trunk is 1? So there's another item that I missed, is what you're saying. Oh, yep. Okay, if the trunk is 1, that makes a lot more sense. Sure. All right, back to the library. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. All right. What have we got here? A bunch of stuff that isn't real. On this page, anyway. Dead cases. Lavatory, closet, attic, furnace, solarium. Yep. Corner cases. Yep. Suspect list. Oh. Oh. Okay. The suspect is major. The suspect is minor. And the suspect is not a minor. Rose Ball. This is difficult. I'm just going to take a picture of this instead. All right. Rose Ball, 50. Richard Scott, 12. Frond Mayford, 32. Sandra Dillon, 14. Bo Lee, 16. Charles Riscal, 12. Ristoff Clark, 25. All right. So I'm going to separate this list into minors and not minors. Frond? Yeah, actually. All right. Cool. Any information on Castle? No. Too bad. I still don't know how to castle. Castling would help. Probably. Researched from their covers all the way through. Anything extra here? The capital I in right kind of bothers me. Major, not major. Major. Small name. Wow. Wow. Assume page count starts on title pages. X, Y, Z, A, B, C. What the crap? Holy crap. Oh my god. The library loaned all the way through. The way is XYZ ABC again. Dead end major key. XYZABC. Seen all the signs? Maybe. I've seen some signs. Okay. Red, green, violet, blue. X, Y, Z, A, B, C. What are those numbers, though? Page A, word X. Page C, word A. But, like... What am I getting X, Y, Z, A, B, C out of? The way? Dead end, C. Oh, I don't know. Man, I have no idea. Oh, that's a lot. Yep. All right. The suspect is minor. The suspect is major. The suspect is a key. So the suspect is an admin key. And the suspect has a short name. So is it Bo Lee, the only short named minor on this list? So LEEB is maybe an admin key? That's something. That's not nothing. Is there anything else that looks like it's worth zooming in on? What books do I have that I already own? Everything comes to the library. Assume page count starts on title pages. Like this one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Violet. Page B, word Y. But, like, what is B and Y? Oh, no. The way. Oh, it's the stops! It's the stops. It's the numbers of the stops. That's what that is. Oh, okay. Yeah, because there's 3 stops exactly. So it's... Okay, so you start at 8. Ah! Freaking out. Excuse me. Show me all my screenshots, thank you. Okay, so it's 8 to 7 is Angel Tower. Ares Crossing is 3. Tanner Fork is 10. Oris Train Hall is 1. And then Dead End is 13. Yes, Dead End is last. Dead End is 13. Okay. So this is X, Y, Z, A, B, C. So the information we're working with is red, page 10, word 8. Green, page 13, word 10. Violet, which this book is, page 1, word 7. And blue is page 7, word 8. Whew. Okay, so page 1, word 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Sundial? Cool. Sundial seems like a helpful word. There is still more. I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. I don't know if there's anything that's going to lead me to here, or if this is already telling me you're supposed to have solved this on your own by now. The fixed stars is apparently blue. Oh, Uncle Aw is a new clue. That's pretty easy, actually. Lunar renamed and tender cipher. Still looking at Mary Mary. And I don't know what other seasonal greetings we need to be looking at. Do I think I've gotten everything I can out of this? Probably. All right, if there is additional information in this book, I don't know where it is. Or it's not clear to me how to use it. Corner cases is cute. Have I screenshotted every page just in case? Not exactly. I have noted down anything that looks like information, including these titles. I should just take a picture of this if I haven't already. Was nothing short of a full mental lapse. This feels like we're not going to get a lot out of this. It's the same color books. Nope, probably not. The fact that this is in the king room makes me curious. We know dead end is C. I'm not sure what major key means here. All right. I got a lot out of that. I don't know if I got everything out of that, but I got a lot out of it. $5.50. How late am I going tonight? Man, of course this run is going to be a 2-hour run. Like, that should have been obvious from the beginning. I don't know why I even went into this. I shouldn't. I should have held off. Another 6 hours. Jeez. All right, so we're still looking for Sanctum keys. So, I guess I will continue allowing the dowsing rod to show me the way. Where the hell am I going? So lost and turned around. I don't know. Yes, this way. Up here. Dowsing rod, show me the way. Yes, I'm still going for a full mechanarium if I can. That is the plan. That is also a plan. What are we at? 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, let's go through the boiler room first, because then this is more sealed off. Don't you dare. I'm just going to take the passageway. Guess I might as well open this door. Let's go up first. Yeah, all right. Not helpful. Maybe helpful? What can I wash my money into? Swap gems and money. Swap gems and keys. I could swap money and keys. What would I do with 143 keys? Also, I can power this room. What kind of fresh disaster can I wreak upon myself? Losing so many steps just going back and forth here. An item! Alright. No lies. Swap steps and gems. Stars and allowance, yes. For a second I thought it was going to be coins and allowance. And I was going to be like, ah? Keys and dice. I do not need to swap stars and allowance. I am happy with my current allowance. Yeah, I don't really feel the need to do any of that. Yeah, absolutely. I will redraw those. I will redraw these again. If you point at the weight room. Yeah, that's what I thought you were going to say. Alright. Oh, that's nice. Still no shovel, though. Wow, we're almost dead. Why are you pointing me at the furnace? That's not okay. I don't want to do either of these. I mean, I guess I could take the office. And then... I think I take the office and then burn stars until I get the mechanarium in this corner. Because then it'll be the fifth cog room I draw. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that'll work. Alright, I'm okay with ending this run on that note. None of these is the cog room? Or none of these is the mechanarium? Nope. I mean, it might be that this is the mechanarium and I just don't know. Not sure if I can on the edge, really. Why? It just won't... It just won't use the door, right? Oh, because it can't have, like, a bricked up door. Yeah, I think you're right, actually. What happens if I rotate here? These floor plans cannot currently be rotated. Yeah, alright. No, I think you're right. Crap. Crap. Yeah, I got myself stuck. Okay. I guess I'll just go into the showroom then. I think there would have been a way to do it, like if I had... This spot here maybe would have been a good way to do it, but... Rotate the first 3 floor plans you draw. Alright, yeah, we'll take the moon pendant and the master key. Yeah, I would have needed to rotate the office to come up past the laundry room. Because this, like, these interior spots would have been the last spots that I could have gone to. I would have had to follow this whole chain up here. And I still had the archives going, which is, like, extra not what I'm looking for. So... And I'm not making it to the treasure room either. Okay, I guess that's that. Do we just call it a day? Still have enough steps to go do something. Let's see if we can, Oh, hello. Thank you. Nice of you. Can I powered hammer? Hammer, broken lever, battery pack? Yes. Yes, I can. Workshop's over there. That's fine. Into the foundation. Yes, this way. Here, down, then across to the work. Oh, nope, workshop from the top. I gotta go up this way. Through the corridor. Yep. And then I think I have the bedroom, so we can check whether or not the thing in the bedroom is breakable. And I think my outdoor room doesn't have the thing I'm looking for. Because we got the shrine this time. But I'm also okay on taking a hammer to the locked thing and seeing if that does something. Yeah, bedroom's over here. We're going to go check the bedroom. Just so I can cross it off my list. since it doesn't seem super likely that it does the thing. But it's been a thing that I was thinking I wanted to check. So I'm going to go check it. Hello? Did I go the wrong direction? I went totally the wrong direction. I'm not going to have enough steps to get back to the, back to Blackbridge. Barely going to have enough steps to make it to the bedroom. Damn. Yeah, okay. Okay, good. Fine. Good. And then, do I have enough steps to make it to back to the shrine? From here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12? I need 4 triggers on my shoes on the way out? Maybe. I'll try for it. I could also go into the laundry room and wash my gems into steps. That'll actually do it. That'll get me there. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It'll be better than my current set of options, because I'll be starting in this room with 8. So there's a better shot at it, but still not a good shot at it. Oh, maybe if I go through the foundation, actually. 1. Reservoir is 2. No, I don't go through the reservoir. Oh yeah, if I go through the foundation, it works. Does it cost me anything to go to the basement? Out 3? I don't even need to wash? I might as well still wash. As long as we're here. What an incredibly needless luxury. Imagine converting your steps into gems. Wash coins into gems too. Oh, yeah, okay. Well, if I wash coins into gems, then I'm out of... No. Then I still have enough money to wash. Yeah, no, you're right. That would have worked. But this is good enough. Probably. Okay, 5 into sealed entrance. Sealed entrance into grounds is also... Okay. That is a few more steps than I expected it to take. But we're still good. Also, the running shoes are delivering. Haha! I have a bad feeling about this. Are you sure you want to do this? Yeah. Hey, cool, it's a cursed figurine. That ominous feeling persists. Better think twice before... The Deadly Stone. Cursed Effigy. Curse mode is now unlocked. Also, you are cursed. You can now select curse mode when starting a new game file. Oh, this is how you unlock it. You have been cursed! Yeah, that's fine. How do I uncurse myself? Oh, it took my blessing! No. My blessing. Deadly is the stone. No joke. Stone sure is deadly. Is it in my inventory now? Cursed Effigy. Well, look at that. That's so cool. That's so cool. Yeah, this was worth. Now I gotta try curse mode. Also, we're gonna burn some days on getting rid of the curse. Because there's absolutely no reason to take a day with a curse on. Just zero that one out. You say play with the curse? Why? Needless frustration, honestly. Yes! It doesn't show. Okay. So do we now have access to extra things? Yup. Yup. 3 new admin keys have been added to the network's user database. Lee B, Prov C, and Hown U. Who the hell are these idiots? I don't know who any of these idiots are. Prov C. Nope. Lee B. Prov C. Hown U. Reduces my steps to 13 when I pick it up. Aw, that's so good. That's so good. Admin log view access restricted to the following admin keys. Great. At least one is a pseudonym. I mean, we know Kirk Darren is a pseudonym. Lee, we are planning something later this year and need to make sure communication on here is not being archived. Are there additional steps we can take to ensure privacy? Already taken care of. We are now bypassing message archiving. Randolph shouldn't notice anything out of the ordinary. Good. No one else on the estate knows we're here, other than Mary, of course, who saw Lee on Tuesday. But Hown Yu has a plan to take care of her. It must be done, it must be done. Just see to it that the body is not discovered. The last thing we need is for the Red Guard to be snooping around here. She won't be found, rest assured. Let's disperse for now. Meet you all at the safe house in Reddington in 4 days. Then once the inquiry is over, we can proceed with our plans for the museum. So this is all of the revolutionaries. But Mary presumably was involved. Resuming operations. Welcome back, Lee. Been camping out of the old schoolhouse for the past month, waiting for your return. It's spacious, quiet, and should prove to be an effective base of operations outside of the purview of the staff and the Baron. We should have an opening on the first day of September. Can we be ready by then? Don't see why not. Negotiations for transportation are in the final stages. If all goes well, we will have air passage to Nuance secured for that date. Moore is planning a scheduled maintenance soon. Time to scrub these logs. Delisted and deleted from user database. I thought there were going to be more deleted logs. This really didn't give me a lot of information. I thought I was going to get more out of this. 221. Resuming operations at 626. Check the old schoolhouse for information about Prov C, I guess? Alright, that's going on the list. Week 26, and that's it. Okay. I still can't do anything here, that's fine. And even while logged in as Lieb, I don't get to see the additional delisted admin keys. So, what does this look like if I'm not them? Bunch of deleted logs. Deleted logs. As requested yesterday, new admin key created. And then deleted logs. This is not the same list of deleted logs. Do I not see more R's things here if I'm not more R? That looks very different. That looks not the way I expected it to. Excuse me? Prov C? Admin not found. Pound U also not found. I guess it's only Lieb who is the actual admin? Why didn't those others work? Weird. The other two were deleted and delisted. All three of them were delisted and deleted from user database, which is different from deleted as access. Something is weird here. Okay, so all of the questionable admin logs are grouped together in this view, bracketed by more R on 12089. And more R on 7186. 7186, 12089. Not network settings. What am I doing? Okay, this 21087 does not show up in Lieb's list. And this 72587 doesn't show up in Lieb's list. This doesn't show up in Lieb's list. And this is the first one that does, again, show up in Lieb's list. So Lieb has access to other... Alright, what are the deleted ones? 3, 4. 3, 6. 3, 7. 3, 9. 3, 14. 7, 10. 7, 11. 7, 12. 8, 27. 8, 28. And that's it. Sure. All right. Yeah, this 210 is different. All of this stuff doesn't show up at all. So this is not the deleted admin logs that we see on Morar's list. This is completely separate. So there's still more stuff that I haven't seen in the admin list that is unrelated to these sets of admin keys. The hell? All right, I don't know. What's going on the list? Have I been in as those other logins? Yeah, they don't take. They said that Randolph wouldn't see these conversations. They did say that, actually. That's true. So Randolph didn't see them. But that means that the deleted logs that's visible from Randolph's list are something else, unrelated. And those might still be viewable with the right login that I don't have. All right, so Lieb's login is at 210.87. $210.87. Hang on, I'll put that on the list. Here. Security cameras disabled. All right. And the new admin key that Morar is talking about happens in July? 5 months later? Unrelated? All right. I can't go too much longer than this. So we're going to have to come back to this and think about this at some other time. But, dang. All right, well, since I can't get to the break room, I guess I'll try calling it in the aquarium and see if that does anything. I think I have the steps to make it there. This doesn't feel like I have information yet about the extra microchip, but we might be getting there. We might be on the way. All right. Calling it a day. Sizable shopping center. I see. All right, yeah, that's going to be it for now. All right. Thank you, folks.